Nigeria's informal economy, made up of millions of small traders, artisans, and micro entrepreneurs, keeps the country's daily commerce alive. But a new report by MoneyPoint paints a sobering picture. Nearly half of these businesses make less than 20,000 naira a day, revealing just how much survival has become for many small business owners. Behind the energy of our markets are entrepreneurs navigating rising costs and shrinking profits and fragile livelihoods. The MoneyPoint Informal Economy Report 2025 captures this reality in detail. And now joining me is Bemigo Awala, as a public and media relations manager at MoneyPoint, to help us understand what these findings mean for Nigeria's economic future. Bemigo, thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you to Business Day for having us.
Feel welcome. Now, what inspired MoneyPoint to actually carry out this report, and what were you hoping to highlight about Nigeria's informal sector?
All right, great question. Thank you. So it's important to start by saying that this is our second bite at the cherry. So we launched this report last year, 2024, with the good people of the Federal Ministry of Trade, Investment and Industry. And as well as SMEDAN, Small and Medium Enterprises Agency of Nigeria. All right, so these were our active partners and collaborators in doing this report. And for us, we've always believed that the informal economy is huge. And because we're the bank that sees a lot of these players in the informal sector, we felt that, look, I mean, day in, day out, we saw the transaction volumes coming in. And we said, hey, guys, this is a huge part of Nigeria's growth story. All right. And sad reality at that time is that they tended to be overlooked or misunderstood. And people did not get a very fair sense of what the industry looked like. And so we said, look, hey, can we aggregate evidential data, all right, that speaks to the heart of the informal sector? And our goal essentially was to help key stakeholders, whether they're government, whether they're policymakers, whether they're regulators and investors or fellow business operators, whatever strata of society they fell into. Our goal was simply to help them understand how the decisions we make every day can impact informal businesses, and also to give these businesses a chance, all right, a voice at being heard, all right. For far too long, the informal sector has been regarded as underground or shadow, but the reality is that they are a huge unseen engine that drive or powers the wheel of Nigeria's economic activity day in, day out. And so we felt that, look, if no one is telling the story with data and with real life stories, we thought that it was important for us to do it. And so we started last year, and this year what we did with the report was just to look back at what has happened over the last 1 year, what behavioral patterns have we seen, as well as the trends that have driven value formation over the last 1 year. And so we said, look, hey, let's put this report out there in a way that helps people better understand the challenges and the opportunities in the informal sector. And our firm belief is that, look, by shining a light on the real experiences with data, all right, we stand a better chance of supporting these businesses and helping them to unlock their potentials for growth. All right, so it's about making people and businesses who are really driving the economy to ensure that, look, they're no longer left in the shadows, but they are seen, they are heard, and they are robustly supported. So that's essentially was our raison d'etre, in carrying out the report.
Oh, well done, MoneyPoint. So that when the report says 44% of informal businesses make less than 20,000 naira daily, what picture does that paint for you about how these small enterprises are really operating on the ground?
Yeah, I think there's a certain duality, pictorially, that this data point speaks to. On one hand, what it really means is that, look, nearly half of these businesses are working with very slim margins, all right? And so for context, 20,000 a day probably adds up to about 600K every month. And that's with the proviso that, they probably work every day, but, the reality is that a lot more would learn less, will earn less, maybe about 10K or 10,000 naira or below that every day, and after covering expenses like rent, store, transport, black tax, helping family, there really isn't a lot left to save or invest or, put back in the business or even handle emergencies, so that sort of speaks to the fragility, but I think that we should also appreciate the sheer resilience, all right, that these business owners put in day out, all right. Essentially, we see them hustle hard to ensure that things keep grinding positively, things keep moving on, even where there are little setbacks to the business. I think that, they have consistently rode, the curve to ensure that whether it's a price, I mean, nobody saw some of the price hikes that we've seen this year coming, or, unexpected expenses, either in terms of, where they get their supplies from and all of that, but they have really, really been able to ride these curveballs, and they're striving to grow. And I think that we just need to appreciate the sheer resilience that speaks to. Essentially, what this data point also reminds us is that, look, the informal economy is full of sheer energy and ambition. And, even though most people are operating on a very, very tight rope, they're making every naira count. And I think that's something that we should celebrate.
Well done, well done. Okay, now the data also shows that most businesses are seeing their cost rise sharply. Okay, now what are the main challenges driving these increase, and how are these business owners trying to cope?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely spot on, in highlighting, the high cost, that these businesses have seen. And as a consumer yourself, you'll bear witness to the fact, that every time you go to the market, we see this, at times it goes up, at times there's a slight, downward trend, but yes, huge rising costs have become a challenge for informal businesses. And I think everyone at large, where 80% from data points that we saw in the report, about 80%, said that, look, we've seen rising costs, cost rise in the past year. I think that some of the reasons that we can adduce to this would inflation, as well as higher prices from suppliers, which essentially is a derivative of, some of the inflationary pressure that everyone has had to go through in the country in the last 1 year. I think that there's also transportation costs, which, everyone even we as consumers, face every day. And so when you then aggregate and put all of this together, it's a no-brainer that with supplies going up, it then squeezes, the thin profit margins that these businesses already make on a daily. In terms of how they are coping, I think that for them, what we see is that, look, a lot of them are likely to cut back on the expenses that they're able to make, or as well as then rely on. So it then means that there'll be less investment in tools, that might help move their business to the next level. It also means that they're unable to save, all right, as they should, and so they're literally just living for the day, or ensuring that they have just enough to tide over and move their business to the next level. So yes, while these rising costs make it hard, for these informal operators to grow or handle systemic shocks, we should also state that, look, it's important that we provide the right support and the right stability for the sector to help it, move to the next level.
Okay, all right then. So I just needed to give a little bit more, brief answers to this, because I still have like 7 more questions to, ask you before we leave. So you'll be able to touch on them. Okay.
Fantastic.
All right. So now many entrepreneurs reported the revenue growth, but far fewer saw any improvement in profits. So why do you think why are businesses earning more but still struggling to make a decent margin?
Well, I mean, I think this question has a very strong tie with the previous one, which just speaks to how tough, informal businesses find it, whether it's in terms of the cost of doing business. And really, it's not really just about selling more. It's about finding ways to manage this rising costs that they have seen over the last 1 year, and also to protect their hard-earned profits. But I think that in terms of why the businesses, when we see the businesses earning more but still struggle to make a decent margin, all the aggregate cost factors, that I explained earlier, are push factors, all right, that these businesses have encountered. So whether it's transportation, whether it's suppliers increasing their cost, and or whether they're because transportation is a very huge element that everyone goes through every day. All right. So we've seen all of these things rise over the last 1 year.
Exactly.
And essentially it'll take a combination of mastery by business owners to just ensure that, look, we're able to keep costs at the minimal, while ensuring that they're able to extract the most in terms of their profit margins.
Oh, okay. So now the report also points out a very clear gender gap, showing that women-owned businesses earn less than those run by men. So what are some of the barriers women face in this space?
Well, I think that straight off the bat, lower access to capital. In a lot of spaces, you see that collateralized assets are usually tied to men. So the patriarchy still reigns supreme in a lot of spaces, which then means that women are unable to, or they have less access to capital, to funds they need to grow or start their business, which in turn impacts their ability to scale up. All right. We've also seen that for a lot of female-owned businesses, don't also forget that they're managing the home. The women juggle a lot of things, and I'll use the opportunity to celebrate every woman, every entrepreneur out there who's a woman. I mean, they do a whole lot. We've also seen that some women-owned businesses tend to have shorter lifespans. And this is understandable in view of the fact that they have a lot of things going on in their lives. And if you want to properly balance and give attention to one, some of these things tend to happen. I think that there are also fewer earning opportunities for women, meaning that a lot of the activities that they do are concentrated in lower profit brackets, which then means that they're unable to get huge profits that can ensure the viability and sustainability of the business. I also then think that not discountenancing societal and cultural expectations, which I sort of alluded to earlier, these also play a role in limiting women's time, or their mobility, or even their ability to take business risks. Because business is set up for risk, and if you have these mitigating factors that do not allow women to utilize their potentials to the max, all right, it therefore means that they're unable to take actions that would guarantee, or that would ensure the viability of the businesses that they run. So yes, but we should also acknowledge that women are an integral part of the informal economy, and they work within the constraints that they're faced with and move the needle. I'll be remiss if I did not mention that it pays to serve women. That we have seen from our own data, that it pays to support women-owned businesses, and we'll do a lot more in the coming year to ensure that we're able to support a lot more women-owned businesses, and just to help deepen value creation in that informal space.
Wow, thank you for this very sensitive point. Okay, so it was also interesting to see that more than half of business owners say they have never taken a loan, and they don't plan to. So why do you think credit aversion remains so high among informal entrepreneurs?
Okay, I'm just going to touch on three quick things. Yeah, I think there's a fear of debt. Nobody wants to be a debtor. All right. Culturally, there's some stigma around, being a debtor. So I think that there's some fear of debt that people try to run away from. In some spaces, you also have high interest rates, where people are afraid that, these repayment terms are very tough, or, I might not be able to meet it up. So can I stick to what I have? Which is the third point that needs to be made, that a lot of people love to stick to what they already know. So even though data shows that, look, there's some sort of credit aversion, but however, they are already used to plug and play systems like, getting money from family members.
Okay.
They're already in some form of a SUSU or some form of cooperative where they get money from. All right. So there's also that sense of sticking to what works, and what I'm familiar with and what has worked for me. So even though loans can help businesses grow, people think that there's a lot of risk and high cost associated with taking credit. And I think that with a lot more financial literacy, I think that we can get a lot more of these informal entrepreneurs, to get credit. I think the other point that needs to be made is that as financial institutions, we also then need to begin to treat informality as a tool. All right. So if you're able to work within the mold of these informal businesses, not asking them for an arm and a leg, all right. At MoneyPoint, for example, we use their credit history, all right. They have transaction-based, their transaction inflow and outflow. On that basis, we can then make determinations that, look, this business, if supported with, say, 500K over a 6-month period, is able to, 2x it or 3x it. And consistently that way, they're able to build, a decent business that has a credit history, and, they're able to take their business to the next level. We've seen it firsthand, and I think that it works. So the case to be made here is that these financial institutions, government, and, everyone in this ecosystem, all right, we need to put concerted efforts to meet these businesses where they are, not how we want them to be. Thank you.
All right, talking about record keeping, it seems to be another major issue, with 1 in 4 not actually keeping any records at all. Then how much does this limit their chances of growth or even access to finance?
Yes, I mean, so record keeping is huge, because record keeping helps you make sense of, what's coming into the business and what's going out. And sadly, for a lot of people, memory remains, their strongest tool in record keeping. For some others, they have a paper and a biro, and you see this in, your regular mom and pop shops. After you buy, a snack, and they write it down, and the amount. But I think that as we use technology to digitize this space, I think that we'll get a lot more people to embrace it. I mean, if we work with the familiar tools that they're already used to, and we can integrate this record keeping tools, I think that it would help them know whether they're truly making a profit, or it helps them know where their money is going to. We just need to show value. We need to incentivize them as well, to embrace these tools. I mean, nobody would see something that is good, that is nice, that helps to improve your business, and not embrace it. I mean,
exactly.
it's only someone who's foolish, who do that, which is why MoneyPoint as well, we're already building a tool within our ecosystem that allows all of these informal businesses who are already on board, who already use our product, all right, to be able to keep appropriate records and manage their inventory appropriately. So, I mean, build something around the sense of the familiar, incentivize them, and I think that we'll see huge behavioral change in that space.
All right, then. Okay, please provide more brief answers now. Now, we also see that most of these businesses are single-person operations. What factors stop them from expanding or even employing more people?
All right. I mean, they're single person operations because ab initio there's a low barrier to entry. All right, meaning that the cost factors have been reduced. All right, so I can go into it with as low as 550,000. All right, that in itself is self-limiting. But when you think about that, these businesses are fundamentally structured, all right, or built around the owner's skill. It's understandable that it'll be run by one person. Also, do not forget that unemployment is a huge reason why a lot of people go into the informal space. All right, so I haven't found a formal space to express my talent and my gift. All right, what can I do within the skill that I have to create value?
Okay,
right, so that's some reason why we see these businesses being limited. But also there's a sense of uncertainty and risk that we also need to highlight.
Okay, no problem. So then from MoneyPoint's and perspective, what steps can government and even the private sector take to create a more supportive environment for these businesses?
3 things. We need to invest in infrastructure. So whether it's power, whether it's transport, whether it's stable data services, we've just got to consistently urge, government and all stakeholders that we need to increase investments in infrastructure development. We also need to provide business training support, all right, and digital tools, all right, something that is simple. Let's not look for the hard stuff or the convoluted stuff. Can we use USSD, all right, to better record keeping, for example, all right, to enable people pay their taxes, all right? Can we reduce the regulatory barriers that have defined these spaces, all right, while genuinely promoting financial inclusion for women and young people? Don't forget that the report also says that we have a lot of young people in this space. So imagine if we're able to support women and young people much more robustly. I think that the informal economy will take a huge turn, for the best.
Okay, then for this very last question, I want you to be very brief with your answer because of time. How is MoneyPoint using these insights to design better tools and services that help small business owners thrive in such a tough environment? Please, just a sentence of an answer will do.
Um, I urge you go and download the Money Points app as the business app. You'll see that today you can easily get registered for CAC. All right, on the app. You're not going anywhere. All right. So that's in a simple terms, it's something we're already integrating. And as I mentioned earlier, we're building Money Book to help with inventory and record keeping. So we're aggressively using these insights to deepen value creation for the informal economy, and we'll consistently continue to do that. Thank you.
I want to thank you so much, Bemiko Awala, the Public and Media Relations Manager at MoneyPoint Incorporated. Thank you so much for joining us today on Big Story.
It was so great talking to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, and have a great day. And that's it on Big Story today. Next is social listening, still on the Breakfast Show. Stay with us. I am Destiny Momo. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to Social Listening on Business Day Television, where we track the biggest conversations and see how netizens are reacting to them online. I am Destiny Momo and I'm joined by
Amanda Amos.
Oh wow, Amanda. I can see how ready you are for social listening.
I'm excited.
I know. You look good. So now let's get on it. A tragic story from Kwara State says a soldier on holiday was shot dead by suspected headers in Patigi. Reports say the soldier had confronted the headers after noticing they were carrying firearms around the community. He reportedly tried to disarm them, but things turned violent and they overpowered and killed him. Residents say the incident has caused panic, especially since a similar attack happened in the same local government earlier this month, where a youth leader was killed and several villagers were kidnapped. We're about to see tweets concerning this event that just transpired, but unfortunately, I'll be able to show you a tweet right now until after this break. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back to Social Listening. We just discussed about the killing of the soldier by headers and a lot of kidnapping that is going on in that same village. But first of all, before we go into the tweets this morning, Amanda, what do you think of this? Because this is very tragic, if you ask me. It is very tragic.
First of all, don't call them herders. Call them what? They're terrorists.
Truly.
Don't call them herders, because the normal herdsmen, we know it's a profession, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're in charge of, rearing cattle and all of that.
Exactly.
But then if you are killing,
then it's
and
no
if
longer
it's constant, you're not a herdsman
anymore.
You are a terrorist.
Truly.
And at this point, it seems like when certain things happen in a particular region, it's like everybody's blind to it. Till maybe someone now talks against a politician, that's the police picking up the person. But this is something that has been constant in particular regions in Nigeria, and nobody is doing anything. Remember that Owo massacre?
Yeah.
How many people were?
I'm surprised that, even that massacre, wow, that was too tragic for words. But I'm shocked how it was swept under the carpet, no arrests, and even the arrests that were made, there's no follow-up on, whatever it is that has happened. But the culprits, were they arrested? The people that actually...
No, they were, and that's the same thing that's going to... For them to be able to kill a soldier, it shows so much audacity. Like, it's already...
It's the audacity for me, trust me.
Because if we keep saying, let's reform these bandits, don't reform them, lock them up.
It's not about locking them up, it's about killing them up. They killed, right?
Kill them.
They should be killed. No, it sounds too judgmental, but that should just be what should happen. Because if not, these things will just keep happening. News like this will keep happening. Imagine killing a soldier on holiday. Just because he found out that he was beginning to sense that there's an unrest. because of his training. He wanted security for the region, and then because of that, they now ganged up to kill that same person that wants safety for the community. It's quite pathetic.
And
it's tragic.
I blame the government, because if they haven't seen a pattern of the government ignoring these things, like I said, audacity, because if they have not seen a pattern of government ignoring these cases, then they would not have the mind to kill a soldier.
I think we should just try and see tweets regarding this issue. Let's see tweets. Now from Explorer says, and called this a country is a shame that the military have been taken over by Fulani terrorists in Boko Haram and Boko Haram sponsors. Shame on the military. Another tweet by Cohort TD says, and they will do nothing to the killers. When such evil go unpublished, it's taken for subtle approval / endorsement. And Jimo Rashid said, to curb insecurity in Nigeria, the federal government must be decisive and definite on the criminal element in our midst. It's only security agencies that are legally permitted to carry arms, and anybody in possession of arms automatically is a criminal and should be treated as such. Another tweet still goes on from Supreme Clerk, a soldier, a symbol of national security, gunned down by headers. Now, he said, how many lives must be lost before Nigerian enforces a total ban on open grazing? We don't need armed herdsmen roaming communities. Cattle belong in ranches, not highways or farmlands.
That's why I said, don't call them herds. These are terrorists. And the government is already, you're pampering them. You don't pamper, you don't negotiate with terrorists.
We're talking about human lives here.
I'm not
talking about one, we're not talking about two, we're not talking about thousands.
It's a constant thing.
It is now like a daily thing, a daily practice. And then these things are condoned in our society, in our communities. Lives are lost. People are kidnapped at random. Like they just kidnap people for just. I don't understand what's going on.
There is a politician. I can't exactly remember, but I'm not quoting him, but I'm rephrasing. Yeah. He said something like, if insecurity, a particular issue goes on for more,
the government is aware.
Nigerian government, they're saying something else. That they're involved. That is just that simple. They are involved in all these things, and for some reason, I'm still trying to fathom what they're benefiting from the insecurity. Because insecurity, it's causing more harm. So I'm still wondering, like, what they're benefiting from the insecurity. Why is a herdsman, in quotes, which we know is a terrorist, why is he having gun? Do cows suddenly understand the language of guns?
But because of these things that are just making the rounds, why do we still allow these herdsmen roam farmlands and hold their local guns, and nothing is being done about it? And we have security agencies, and a soldier the person that died is a soldier. Do you know the magnitude of what has just happened?
If you're coming to, at the end of the day, like this, it just seems like it's pointless for these soldiers to be coming to risk their life, because at the end of the day, you're putting so much effort in trying to defend a country, and something happens to a member, and the government.
It's so sad. I was looking at social media yesterday. I saw a girl, she was I don't know how they call those things they do. I don't know what. No, it's not a rant per se, but she was saying something like, "Who wants to marry a soldier these days when they always come back in caskets?
Actually,
leave the wives heartbroken." It's so sad to hear this, but at the same time, see what just happened on social media.
Being a soldier, symbol of national honor, and then you're killed like a chicken, and there's no.
They always bring them back in caskets, and then one story is roaming around it, and it's quite sad.
Give it 2 days. 2 days is much. Give it tomorrow.
Yeah.
This story is done. It's over.
I agree with you. Okay, now to another story. Bringing pride. This story is bringing pride to Nigeria. So let's go away from the sad story and to a story that is at least bringing pride to Nigeria. It says that an 18-year-old Mohammed Aminu Sani has become the youngest Nigerian to earn a United States commercial multi-engine pilot license. Sani completed his training at Phoenix East Aviation in Florida in just 10 months without a single failed test. Born and raised in Abuja, he graduated from the Regent College before pursuing his dream of flying. Before we do tweets, this is very, very encouraging. It's very commendable.
When you mix privilege and hard work, that's
not a single fail.
Privilege, and because he's obviously privileged to have this at 18. What was I doing at 18?
So are you trying to say that maybe because of the kind of parents he had?
Yes, that's why I said privilege. I'm not trying to like debunk his efforts.
But don't you also? Oh yeah, because there are a lot of people that have these privileges. They have those parents that are ready to back them up. But trust me, just like the pigeon word that say, "Who gets head no get cap," or something like that. But this one has finally utilized his opportunities, and he has shown passion and shown hard work, and here we are celebrating him as a Nigerian.
I'm just wondering, like, it's so big of a thing. I'm just wondering, like, how his school journey went, that at 18 he's already licensed. Privilege and hard work at the end of the day.
Yeah. I agree with you with that word you said, privilege and hard work, because there are a lot of Gen Zs these days that they're not even putting their head down, and there are a lot of Gen Zs that are actually doing things well.
Yes.
The kind of monies they are making, the kind of authority they have, the mindset they have of making money, it will blow your mind. It will blow your mind. They see others as, or maybe the millennials and others as old school or not working smart. Gen Zs these days work smart. Their hard work is smartness, and they're utilizing it well. You can imagine getting this kind of result at age 18.
But
the passion has always been there.
But you're focusing on, I don't want to be bitter, but I'm trying to be bitter here. But yes, privilege and hard work. But this privilege part.
Yeah.
Because you remember, like, how some days ago there's this boy who won, this very smart boy.
Yeah.
Who was denied the opportunity to go for a competition.
Yeah.
He didn't have the privilege at this particular person. So yes, you're hardworking, and I commend that. But then your privilege is oozing. It is oozing.
Wow. I'm jealous of him. Trust me.
Who are his parents?
He just only became an adult and he's already made.
Who are his parents?
Let's see tweets regarding this. This is very interesting and very commendable. It's something to talk about. From Sample Jelani says, an 18-year-old is never going to be flying any aircraft I'm in. Lil bro should go outside and touch grass with his fellow teenagers. This is quite funny. And let's see other tweets. From Pray says, remember those days when they ask us, what do you want to become when you grow up? That question no concern poor man picking at all. Now, Sam Lex said, incredible achievement at just 18, becoming a licensed commercial pilot in the US with 0 check ride failures. It's quite outstanding. And last it says, from engineer Adewale Adeji said, I was the youngest candidate, 17, during the screening for the spill pilot training course at Laxton. I might have held a record like this, but a tuition of 10.6 million stood in the way of that dream. Congratulations.
Well,
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
We're
come to podcast. Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Yeah, welcome back to Social Listening. We've been talking about the 18-year-old that has a license to become a pilot, and which we think is quite commendable. Now, and finally, the Hallelujah Challenge, led by a gospel artist, Nathaniel Bassey, has broken a new record with over 1.2 million live viewers across YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. The online praise and worship session, now in its 16th day, continues to attract Christians from around the world. Now, wow. 1.2 million views.
I feel like people are going through a lot. So if you find where you get peace.
Exactly.
People find peace in Hallelujah Challenge. They find results in Hallelujah Challenge.
Yeah, I think it's more for the results for me. When you're doing something and then they're teaching you how to do it and you're getting the results, I think you should stick to it. Anything that will bring the results is actually worth it. 1.2 million views, live views.
No matter the ranting on social media, in a developed country, you will not. No matter the ranting, it's not going to change anything.
Because Nigerians also, we like praises. We like our gospel. We like Christianity. The religion thing, yes, especially for Christians, is quite thick. It is quite thick because you can't compare the number of churches, the number of a mosque. Yes. Do you understand? Christians are many in Nigeria, and not just in Nigeria, all over the world. And people like things like this that actually give results, like you rightly said. I think I would have just allowed you to go on and on, but let's just take just one or two tweets because of time, So let's see what people have there. Tolu says 1 million plus viewers. Whatever the reason for people tuning into Hallelujah Challenge, love for God or love of miracle, that is still an incredible number. Another tweet is from Emperor Kahash, said he should go and do his program in a working country. Let's see how many numbers he will pull. Yes, he will get some numbers because Christians will tune in, but majority of them in a working country will tune in for different reasons, unlike miracle hunting Nigerians. This is actually very deep from Emperor Cash. And from Letham, he says, with 80 million Nigerians living in extreme poverty, he will be doing 3 million by Tinubu second term. Oh, wow. And Oloa Tommy Lotu said, there are miracles in Hallelujah Challenge and it will pull more numbers. Well, as a person, I've never really joined the Hallelujah Challenge. I've heard so much about it. I don't even know when they are starting. The publicity is not enough for us, for some of us to, to actually get in it. Yeah.
The person who said Tinubu second term, it's true. Let everybody do what makes them happy. Let everybody do what
just like Pastor Jerry's NSPPD. It's thick. Christians are really praying and they're getting results, so they should continue what works for them in a country like Nigeria. So because of time, and that's all we have for you today on Social Listening. We discussed the killing of a soldier in Kwara and the inspiring journey of an 18-year-old Nigerian pilot, and also the record-breaking Hallelujah Challenge. I am Destiny Mama, joined by
Amanda
Amos. Stay tuned for more trending conversations right here on Business Day Television. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown, and here are today's top business headlines. Naira holds steady as 1,463 Naira per dollar amid stable FX market conditions. Nigerian exchange market value hits 97.58 trillion Naira as investors' confidence grows. Data boom fuels growth, but infrastructure gap hurts progress. NNPCL posts 216 billion Naira profit on 4.26 trillion Naira turnover. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira maintained its stability against the US dollar on Wednesday as foreign exchange liquidity improved and demand pressures eased. According to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, the spot rate reached an intraday low of 1,452 Naira per dollar, but later closed at 1,462 Naira per dollar following an intraday high of 1,466 Naira. The consistent exchange levels suggest a balanced flow of dollar supply and demand in the foreign exchange markets. Analysts attributed the stability to improved dollar inflows from exporters and international oil companies, which have boosted market liquidity and reduced the need for CBN intervention. At the close of trading, the Naira closed flat at 1,463.44 Naira per dollar in the official market and 1,492 Naira per dollar at the parallel market, reflecting steady demand for the local currency. Moving on, the Nigerian exchange sustained its bullish momentum on Wednesday with market capitalization surpassing 97 trillion Naira as investors gained 1.45 trillion Naira in value. Trading data showed that renewed investors' interest in heavyweight stocks such as NASCON, Dangote Cement, MTN Nigeria, Aradel Holdings, and other drove market gains. The oil share index climbed by 1.50%, closing a record high of 153.25 points. The NGS market capitalization surged by 1.45 trillion Naira to settle at 95.58 trillion Naira, reflecting investors' growing optimism over upcoming corporate earnings and strategic portfolio rebalancing by institutional funds manager. Analysts say the sustained bullish sentiment reflects investors' confidence in Nigeria's capital market, resilience amid improving economic fundamentals. Still on, Nigeria's data economy has hit an unprecedented milestone with internet consumption rising to 1.15 million terabytes in August 2025, according to the latest Nigerian Communications Commission report. The surge underscores how data has become the lifeblood of Nigerians' businesses, driving growth across sectors from fintech to e-commerce, but infrastructure challenges threaten to slow the momentum. Between May and August 2025, total data usage jumped from 1.02 million terabytes to 1.15 million TB, representing a 13% rise in just 4 months and 31.1% increase since November 2024. Analysts attribute this sharp growth to a contribution and combination of factors: increased smartphones penetration, surging demand for streaming and online commerce, and the rebound in digital services following cost-reflective tariff adjustments in early 2025. In another development, Presco PLC has released its unaudited financial statement for the third quarter ended September 30th, 2025, reporting a pre-tax profit of 27.67 billion Naira, representing a 66% year-on-year growth from 16.64 billion Naira recorded in the third quarter of 2024. This strong quarterly performance, combined with earlier results, brought the 9-month pre-tax profit to 139.653 billion Naira, a 108% year-on-year increase and already 9% higher than the company's full-year 2024 profits. Presco also sustained its robust revenue growth, posting 75.764 billion naira in the third quarter 2025, up 87% year-on-year, which boosted the 9-month revenue to 274.50 billion naira, surpassing the company's annual revenue for any of the past 5 years. Following this record performance, the board of directors approved the second interim dividend of 10 naira per share, payable on November 21st, 2025, to shareholders whose names appear in the register of members as the close of business on Friday, November 7th, 2025. Now, away from that story, the federal government has launched a new digital system designed to track and verify every kobo paid in its accounts, a move officials describe as a landmark effort to end decades of opaque revenue collection. The initiative, known as the Federal Treasury Receipt, introduces a standardized, digitally verifiable proof of payment across federal coffers. Alongside the FTRO, the government is rolling out the Central Billing System, which harmonizes the pricing and billing of government services. Both systems feed in a broader digital architecture called the Revenue Optimization and Assurance Platform, underlying a shift to real-time revenue visibility and automated reconciliation. The reform has significant implications by ensuring that every payment is captured, tracked, and reconciled. The government aims to curb revenue leakages, boost public trust in fiscal management, and create fiscal space for critical sectors like education, health, and infrastructure. As the pilot phase begins across key federal agencies, attention will focus on infrastructure readiness and adoption, key factors that will determine the initiative's success. Meanwhile, Nigerian Breweries PLC has released its unaudited financial statement for the 9 months ended September 30th, 2025, reporting a pre-tax profit of 129.4 billion naira compared to a loss of 202.9 billion naira in the corresponding period of 2024. However, in the third quarter of 2025, the Bureau recorded a pre-tax loss of 2.7 billion naira, still a notable improvement from the 86.6 billion naira loss posted in the third quarter of 2024. For the 9-month period, net revenue rose to 1.04 trillion naira, up from 710.8 billion naira in the corresponding period of the previous year. Despite cost efficiency, the cost of sales increased alongside higher turnover, rising 12.83% to 204 billion naira in the third quarter, largely driven by raw materials and consumables. Overall, Nigerian breweries reported a pre-tax loss of 2.7 billion naira for the third quarter, compared to the 86.6 billion loss a year earlier, and a net loss of 2.9 billion naira, a considerable improvement from the 64.3 billion naira loss recorded in the third quarter of 2024. To end the business news hour, Nigeria National Petroleum Company recorded 4.26 trillion naira revenue and 216 billion naira profit after tax in September 2025. It, however, produced 1.61 million barrels per day of crude and oil and condensate in the period under review. This was contained in the monthly report the state-owned oil firm released yesterday. The output record, which was an indication of the marginal decline from the 1.64 million barrels per day output of August 2025, according to experts, was due to upstream asset maintenance in September. In the period under review, NNPCL produced 5,284 million metric standard cubic feet of gas. NNPCL said it has sustained industry-wide collaboration and drive production recovery initiatives. Before we wrap up the business news hour, we are now joined by David Olujimi, our in-house analyst, to shed more light on the near 100 trillion naira NGS market value. But before that, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, the news at 11 a.m. continues. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. It's still the Business News Hour. And this is much we can take on the Business News Hour on the Business Day television. My name is Glory Brown. Thank you for staying with us. Stay tuned and keep watching Business Day television.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIM SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Boka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen,
I know I believe in your capacity. I believe in what you can do. And I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So Nimsi, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge. Go, deliver, keep making us proud. Let Nigeria be greater for it. Let we need hope, not be a dream. Let it be a reality, an identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN-auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself three questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with two keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you are enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, is it my phone? You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example, you give it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you, and you don't want the contact from to ignore it because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development, and stronger governance. Norma Obona for Business Day Television.
Business Day Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by Business Day, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olanibun Ajayi, and Bigway and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of Business Day, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades. From face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI first of all has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool and look at it from also a sustainability point of view and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message: Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Well, my article titled Nigeria at 65, From Political Freedom to Creative Economy. The article, focuses on not just the independence, which is an annual event, but seeing how independence affects the creative economy, the creative industry. As Nigeria marked their 65th independence anniversary last week on the 1st of October, the familiar symbols of celebration returned, except of course the cancellation of the parade that normally holds in Abuja. Interestingly, this was replaced with the commissioning of the refurbished National Theatre in Ikomu, which was sponsored by the Central Bank in collaboration with the Bankers Committee. Of course, the independence anniversary is a symbolic reminder of the moment in 1960 when the Union Jack was lowered and Nigeria's green was raised for the first time, signaling the end of colonial rule and beginning of self-governance. So my article looks at beyond the pageantry lies a sobering question. What does independence truly mean in 2025? Is it enough to celebrate the memory of political sovereignty won 6.5 decades ago? Or must we now broaden its meaning to encompass economic resilience, cultural identity, and creative innovation? This is what my article attempts to do as part of the Wise Thought contribution to the independence anniversary of Nigeria, the 65th independence anniversary. We've had 65 years. I mean, we have made some progress in certain areas. There are still challenges in other areas. And my own area of specialization is in theater, culture, and the creative economy. And I try to look at how far have we gone in respect of these areas of our creative economy. I mean, we realized that political sovereignty was just the foundation of independence, but it is only a first layer. For me, the independence requires more than the absence of colonial rule. It demands accountability, governance, strong institutions, and the ability to define one's destiny on the global stage. In this sense, Nigeria's journey has been uneven, if you like. While political sovereignty has been preserved, the promise of independence to secure prosperity, justice, opportunity for citizens remains, in my view, only partially, fulfilled. This is where the creative economy becomes crucial, because over the past 2 decades, Nigeria's cultural industries, film, music, literature, fashion, the digital media have grown into global powerhouses. Nollywood is said to rank among one of the highest producing film issues in the world after Bollywood and Hollywood. Afrobeat is dominating the music scene in Nigeria. Nigerian musicians are getting global attention. Nigerian fashion is also making waves. An artist are celebrated on prestigious platforms. So these achievements for me represent more than cultural pride. They are evidence that Nigeria possesses the capacity to lead with ideas, stories, and innovation, especially given our young population and the creative mind of the average Nigerian. So for me, the creative industry is not simply entertainment, it is an economic engine. For Nigeria, with its youthful entrepreneurial population, the sector is both an opportunity and a responsibility. Independence must now be understood not only as political sovereignty, but as the ability to harness talent and transform creativity into sustainable wealth. So that's my own motivation for getting involved in this article. Because I always believe that, a country has their own strengths, and some of those strengths are what we can give back in a way to the world. If we look at the issue of the Nobel Prize, in almost 40 years, or in the last 40 years, the only Nobel Prize that we have won for Nigeria is Wole Soyinka's Nobel in literature. So we have some comparative advantage there. We look at Achebe's Things Fall Apart, that has been translated into so many languages. We look at the poet Niyo Shundare Tanure Ojaide. We look at the playwrights J.P. Clark, Wale Oguyemi, Gabriel Okara, and quite a number that we have, in my view, comparative advantage in this creative sector. Quite a number of people are also making waves in the scientific world, in agriculture and stuff like that. But our creative area is just really taking the world by storm. Afrobeat. Look at Ashake. The music just trends all over the world. So I believe that while we have made some progress in other areas, we do have some comparative advantage in the creative economy. And I'm also happy that the celebration of the independence anniversary today happened at the refurbished National Theatre, drawing attention. And a major aspect of what transpired that day was that the National Endowment for the Arts would be provided for. And this is something that has been on the table for quite some time. And I believe that the president, in fact, promised to be a contributor to it. And this even started way before the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, that some percentage of profit from the industry, from commerce and all of that should be set aside for the National Endowment for the Arts. And I believe that this is now something that is coming up very strongly. I believe it is the spirit of the Nigerian. Not many people who are in Nollywood have access to funding. In some instances, the banks and the borrowing houses think that they are all risky business. But this is an area where we have comparative advantage. So something like the Endowment for the Arts at least it will provide some initial seed money for the people in the creative industry, in fashion, in music, in design, to at least get things going within the framework of their own areas of specialization. And Nigerian fashion, I mean, on the wrong way. People are moving, people are doing things, and I think that there's a need to harness from the government and from the industries, from the commercial houses, how these can be provided for, can be supported, because a lot of what is going on is in spite of or despite not getting that much of government or commercial support, that they are still going on. I mean, Nollywood literally started all by itself, and now it's become a global phenomenon. And of course, there's a lot of improvement in what is going on. There's streaming, pay TV, and the rest of them. And these are things that I believe that are good for our own economy, and we must tap on it. The Indian Bollywood is very well supported by the economic areas of India. You know, the banks, the government, the industries. There are people that are supporting these, and so Bollywood keeps growing in leaps and bounds. And I think that it's important for us also in Nigeria to get these commercial enterprises. I'm aware of a gentleman, Ladipo, some very many years back, who got some subscription. You know, they floated some idea, also with Francis Oladile. You know, and they tried to raise money from subscription. It was oversubscribed, you know, but then that was like one off. And now you still need some of those areas to support the creative industry. And from everything from making carvings, calabashes, writing plays, writing scripts, and all of that. And if you look at the internet now, you know, you see there are so many Nigerians that are involved in making skits. Of course, some of them just funny 1 minute skits, some of them 2-3 minutes. So we are growing, and there is a need for government support and the support of industries to be able to back these things that are going on. The policy is important. Of course, there are a couple of federal government parastatals. There is the Nigerian Film Corporation. There is the National Film Video Board. You know, and then they've got the National Council for Arts and Culture. But how much support does the government give for these parastatals, these establishments, for them to really impact and influence, you know, what is going on in the industry? So policy guidelines are important. Finance is a very major one. And then the infrastructure. I think at the point we had some film village. Now the individuals are, I think there is a Kunle Afolayan who has a film village somewhere in Oyo. You know, so there's a need to have more of this, because some of this can be capital intensive, and it's very difficult for individuals to start looking for location shooting. The cost of transportation, the cost of payment of artists and stuff like that. So there's a need for all of this to be under some umbrella. Citizens must also embrace a culture of supporting local content. Look at all the adire that's made in Abeokuta. Look at all the pits, dye pits in Kano. Look at all the Okene cloths and the rest of them. How much are we as citizens patronizing this. Instead, what you do is that you see a novel that has been written and is, very well written, and the next thing you see people that have gone to print their own copies of the work and they start selling it. You see video films that are pirated and sold on the street. You see music CDs. All of this, it's important. These are citizens must also see themselves as custodians of these works of art. The global rise that we are witnessing of Afrobeat, those things are not driven purely by state policy. Nigerians must also consume in a similar way of consuming what we produce agriculturally. They must wear Nigerian outfits, Nigerian designs. They must promote Nigeria. They must see Nigeria as their own. It's not a question of saying, this outfit came from the UK or the US or from Singapore or from China. How much of our own are we consuming? And for me, each citizen must have that kind of civic responsibility, which means amplifying and protecting what is ours rather than undermining it through piracy or apathy, not seeing yourself as a part of what is currently going on. So we can't leave it all to government. Each citizen must also see these things as being important in respect of what they do and how they do the things that they do. Independence ultimately is not a single event to be celebrated with flags and parades each October. For me, it is a continuous responsibility, renewed across generations and measured not by rhetoric but by results. When Nigeria matches its political sovereignty with the economic power of its creative industries, supported by strong institutions, visionary leadership, and active citizenship, then independence will no longer be only a date in history. It will be a shared responsibility by government, the citizens, and all of those who are involved in the creative industry, the creative economy. I believe that we are on the right track. And in another 5 years, 10 years, we should not be discussing all these issues again. We should be deeply and firmly rooted in producing and consuming what is ours and also exporting all these things. I'm happy to read that we are not spending as much money on servicing debts as we used to, but we must continue to do more and use what we have to earn more in respect of the foreign exchange and all of that. And the creative economy, the creative industries are a strong way of things that we ourselves create that we can then bring up and use in earning more respect and fundamentally more revenue for the Nigerian state, which of course makes individuals that are involved also become better off and well off.
Nigerians are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited and all, because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished, because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it is going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road, to me, they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. Sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road, where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that there will not be cost, there will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. NNPC losses 380 billion naira revenue in September. Sacked Dangote refinery engineers debunk 22 sabotage claims. Southwest account for 60% non-oil export, says Nezim Bank. Global air cargo growth hit 6th consecutive month in August. Hakimi and Salah lead contenders on African Player of Year shortlist. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has suffered a drop in both production and earnings, losing about 380 billion naira in September 2025 when compared to the previous month. Figures from the September report show that the company's total revenue stood at 4.27 trillion naira, lower than the 4.65 trillion naira posted in August, representing a month-on-month loss of about 380 billion naira. Profit after tax also declined from 539 billion naira in August to 216 billion naira in September, while total crude oil and condensate production averaged 1.61 million barrels per day in September compared to 1.65 million barrels per day in August. NNPC revealed that the short list was caused by planned maintenance activities, including those at NLNG alongside the phased recovery of previously shut-in assets and delays in the commencement of operations and OMLs 71 and 72. Natural gas production also fell within the same period, with output declining from 6,949 million standard cubic feet per day in August to 6,284 in September, while gas sales reduced from 4,201 per day to 3,443 per day. Moving on, engineers sacked by the Dangote refinery last month have debunked claims that there were 22 incidents of sabotage, including an attempt to set the facility on fire. The engineers revealed that the allegations were not true, insisting that they were sacked for joining the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria. The workers questioned why the refinery has not arrested anyone for prosecution if truly there were 22 attempts to sabotage the refinery, set it on fire, or bring the equipment down. The vice president of the Dangote Group, Kafuduma Edwin, speaking on the sack of the engineers, maintained they were sacked because they were sabotaging the refinery, insisting the refinery had been under repeated attack as some workers tried to set the refinery on fire. Still on, the Nigerian Export-Import Bank has revealed that the Southwest region is the dominant force in the nation's non-oil export sector, accounting for about 60% of the total value. This was revealed by the Managing Director, Chief Executive of Nezim Bank, Abba Bello, who was represented by the head of the Lagos Regional Office, Daniela Ikazobo, at the Lagos edition of the Export Readiness and Market Access Excel program. In his words, the region's industrial clusters spanning pharmaceuticals, agro-processing, solid minerals, fashion, film, music, digital innovation, and fintech showcase the creativity and expertise that define Nigerians' economic future. Bello lauded the contributions of MSMEs to the economy, describing them as the backbone of modern economies, noting that over 41 million MSMEs account for nearly 75 and 97% of registered businesses, contributing close to 48% of GDP and employing almost 88% of our workforce. Also, Nigerian Breweries PLC recorded a 85.5 billion naira profit in the first 9 months of 2025, despite posting of 2.9 billion naira loss in the third quarter. According to the Bureau filling on the Nigerian Exchange on Wednesday, the third quarter loss was due to a one-off impairment charge of 6.08 billion naira occasioned by the post-acquisition fair value of adjustments linked to the full integration of Destiny Wines and Spirit Nigeria Limited into the group's operations. The report shows that the 9-month profitability, supported by strong operating profits and lower net finance costs, comes against the backdrop of 149.5 billion naira losses incurred by the beer marker in the prior period last year, as the Lagos-based bureau navigates sky-high inflation and exchange rate volatility that dealt a blow to earnings. The company says the improved earnings positioned for the period under review was partly supported by resilient pricing and gradual volume recovery that saw its turnover surge to a record of 1 trillion naira, with the gross profit rising 97.8% to 415.15 billion naira, up from 209.9 billion naira in the corresponding period last year. And still on the local news, Kanu Agabi, former Attorney General of the Federation and lead counsel to the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, on Thursday applied to withdraw its representation in the ongoing terrorism trial before the Federal High Court in Abuja. Kanu is facing trial on a 7-count charge bordering on terrorism filed against him by the federal government. According to reports, Agabi informed the court that he would no longer be representing the IBPO leader, adding that the defendant has decided to take back the case from them. All the senior advocates of Nigerians involved in the case also announced their withdrawal from the case in the same manner, while Kanu confirmed the development, telling the court that he would be representing himself for now, as the position might change later. Let's go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you more news in details. Do stay with us.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading Through Change, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily.
We have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out on the great networking
and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Welcome back. It's still the news at noon here on the Business Day television. The Islamic State West African Province has launched coordinated and simultaneous attacks across 3 local government areas of Borno State within 24 hours. Business Day television gathered that the terrorists attacked 4 communities including Mafa, Dikwa, Martel, and Algeri. According to local sources, the terrorists first arrived late Wednesday in Mafa, riding on more than 100 motorcycles and 4 guns truck armed with weapons. According to passengers, the terrorists first attacked commuters who had stopped near a military checkpoint for the night and looted the vehicles. The report showed that the terrorists didn't kill anyone among the commuters but carted away foodstuffs and other goods that were being transported, where they burnt and unclosed numbers of vehicles. To end the local news, the Northern Caucus of the People's Democratic Party has endorsed Tamiyu Turaki for the position of the party's national chairman. Former Governor Sule Lamido of Jigawa State and Umar Damangu, current national chairman of the PDP, were the top contenders before the decision were taken. Governor Amadu Fintiri of Adamawa State, while briefing journalists, revealed that the caucus met to deliberate on the office of the chairman of the party, which was zoned to the north. Fintiri revealed that after a wide consultation, they have adopted a consensus candidate to represent the North and Nigeria as a whole as the PDP chairman as the national convention slated for Ibadan, Oyo State, draws closer. And now on the foreign scene, the International Air Transport Association has released data for August 2025 global air cargo market, showing total demand measured in cargo tons kilometers rose by 4.1% compared to August 2024 levels as a result of changes in global trade patterns. Capacity measured in available cargo ton kilometers increased by 3.7% compared to August 2024 at plus 5.5% for international operations. Several factors in the operating environment include global goods trade, which grew by 5.4% year-on-year in July, and jet fuel prices in August, which were 6.4% lower year-on-year, marking the 14th consecutive month of year-on-year declines. African Airlines, however, saw a 11.0% year-on-year increase in demand for air cargoes in August, the strongest rise of all regions, while capacity increased by 12.3% year-on-year. Also, international students in the United Kingdom will have only 18 months to secure employment after graduating starting 1st of January 2027, a sharp reduction from the current 2-year post-study work period. The move reportedly forms part of wide-ranging immigration reforms outlined in the white paper released in May and discussed in Parliament last week. According to the UK Home Office, the new policy aimed to ensure that international graduates contribute more effectively to the British economy. In a statement issued on October 14th, the ministry cited that many others had not transitioned into graduate-level employment as intended, prompting the need for reform. Now to sport, Liverpool attacker Mohamed Salah and Paris Saint-Germain defender Achraf Hakimi are among 10 stars nominated for the 2025 African Player of the Year award. Salah finished 4th and Hakimi 6th in the 2025 Ballon d'Or, are the favorites of the African award. Egypt captain Salah has also been voted African Player of the Year twice, while Morocco's skipper Hakimi is seeking a first success. Apart from Salah, the other two contenders from the Premier League are both Senegalese, including Tottenham Hotspur midfielder Pape Matar and Everton striker Ilima Ndiaye. To end the news, Nigeria's women national rugby league team, the Green Falcons, marked their first ever appearance at the Women's Rugby League, commanding 10-0 victory over Ireland in the semi-final clash held in Canada on Monday night. The Falcons announced their arrival on the global stage in style as Ferdinand Omagan opened the scoring with Nigeria's first try of the tournament, igniting celebrations among fans and supporters worldwide. The momentum continued when Rachelia, covered brilliantly by Shondela Kabwe, stormed through the Irish defense with a blistering run, securing Nigeria's second try and sealing a memorable win. With this incredible debut, Nigeria has now booked a spot in the grand final, where they will face Fiji Women's Rugby League team in what promises to be a thrilling encounter. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day news at noon. My name is Glory Brown. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more updates.
The dinner for today for us to really discuss esteemed as stakeholders. And who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved in construction waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their site to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people just used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it's not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director, Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is writing, it's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today.
The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there are quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What we do to this waste is what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, but to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste, to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things, what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Road is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Whiskey to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with is a resource for another usage, can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal interest, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as cape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is to an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers will need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that's not properly disposed of it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from LOMA. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that. Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you're listening to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. The kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? Yeah. But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not unionized when you say all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and The panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power, it's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste, the waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Essien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
are watching Business Day. This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello everyone and welcome to another inspiring edition of Business Day Millennial Hangouts. I am your host and moderator, Ethel Adonu, and I am so glad to have you join us for today's conversation, which is one that truly resonates with our generation. Our topic for today is mental health and awareness for millennials. You know, our generation has been called many things, from the hustle generation to the burnout generation and also the always online generation. And that's because we are ambitious, constantly pushing to make things happen. But behind all those energy and passion, there is a quiet struggle many of us face, which is the pressure to hold it all together. From balancing work to personal growth and relationship in this hyper-connected world, maintaining good mental health has become more important than ever. It's not just about avoiding burnout or stress. It's all about finding balance in building resilience and protecting our peace in a world that never seems to slow down. That's why today's discussion matters a lot. We'll be talking about breaking the silence, normalizing vulnerability, and learning practical ways to care for our minds and thrive in every part of life. So if you have ever felt anxious, overwhelmed, or just tired of keeping it all together, you are definitely in the right place. Thank you for joining us. As always, I am not here alone. We have got exceptional panel of thought leaders and mental health advocates who are deeply passionate about creating awareness and helping our generations build healthier and balanced lives. So I'll be giving them brief time to introduce themselves to you all before we proceed. Now, permit me to start with Olubukola Latunji. Thank you for joining us, Ma. Please, can you kindly introduce yourself?
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Olubukola Latunji. I'm a pharmacologist. I'm a seasoned banker. I retired as a general manager of Zenith Bank. Basically, I am a wellness and health enhancer. I'm a leadership mentor. And of course, the topic of today, which is mental health, is particularly very, 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 very close to my heart because wellness is about everything. Your peace is non-negotiable. That is what I'm about. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Permit me to also call on Glory Chinecherem Uzoigwe. Thank you for joining us, Glory. Kindly introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone, distinguished guests. My name is Glory Chinecherem Uzoigwe. I am a pediatric and maternal health, nutrition and health coach. I am also a complementary medical associate. And, you know, I am also an autism specialist, and cases and causes around mental health is one that is very, very dear to my heart because of the current, you know, lack of awareness and stigmatization around people who are currently going through these mental health issues, especially within the millennials and also around children. So I'm super excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We can't wait to hear all you have for us today. Joining us also is Chioma Fakorede.
Right.
Thank you for joining us, Chioma. Kindly introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Choma Fakorede. I like to go by the Vulnerability Queen. I have an NGO for mental health. I've actually been running it for 10 years now. It's called Olamakes Foundation. Basically, we raise awareness and provide support for people living with mental health conditions. And just recently, we started something like an offset of what we do, which is called Ume. Ume is an Igbo word which means breath. So we are creating spaces for women to breathe. So yeah, basically, you find me anywhere they call mental health or say mental health.
All right, thank you for joining us today, Chioma. Thank you, the vulnerability queen, right? Thank you. Good to have you here. We are also joined by,
Yes.
yeah, thank you. We're also joined by Anthony Chamaka Osiegbunam. Thank you for joining us, Chamaka. Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, okay, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Amaka. I like to be called Amaka for short. I'm many things, but I'm a trained social worker, policy advocate. I'm also the author for a book called A Girl, Her God, and Her Mental Health. I've also been in the mental health space for close to 10 years. I run a foundation called Donville Mental Health Awareness Foundation, which has been in operation for close to 7 years. I work with adolescents, young adults, and the general population on mental health awareness. So mental health is what I do, is what I breathe, and what I live.
Thank you for joining us, Amaka. Good to have you here with us. And finally, we have Chinedum Victor. Thank you for joining us, Victor. Can you introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. My name is Chinedum Victor. I am a pharmacist, a public health practitioner, and also a communication strategist. And I began my journey in community pharmacy, but majority of my career has seen me delving into mental health, especially for youths and working professionals. My work majorly sits at the intersection of health equity, mental well-being, and majority of the initiatives and the projects that I work on center around helping individuals, organizations, help even their staff design initiatives that don't just raise awareness, but actually help to make their mental health much more better, increase their productivity. At the heart of everything that I have done in the past 3 years while we're working on various mental health initiatives is to increase the access to mental health and majorly emotional wellness, considering that most of the people that I work with and most of the working class professionals that I work with are based in Lagos, and we all know how Lagos is, how stressful Lagos is. So yes, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you for joining us, Victor. Good to have you. And as you can see, we have got brilliant panelists here with us today who are well grounded in the area of mental health and awareness. So stay tuned while we proceed. And of course, I would like to thank every one of you watching us live on Business Day Television. We are thrilled to have you join this conversation. Now let's proceed with the Q&A section. But before we dive into the conversation, we'll be exploring the realities of mental health for millennials, the challenges, the stigma, and the practical ways to build balance and emotional strength in our everyday lives. So I'm going to be asking them questions in no particular order. All right, let me start with Olubukola. Okay, so my question for you, Olubukola, is we're talking about understanding mental health and the challenges around it. So what are some common mental health challenges faced by millennials and how can they be addressed?
Okay, so thank you very much for that question. I will start with who are really the millennials. Like we know, people born somewhere between 1981 to like 1996, thereabout, and they are what we call the bridge between the analog and the digital. So there are people who understand, what it was when we didn't have internet. There are people who understand what it was when we now have internet. So they're basically juggling with a whole lot of things. And in our own setup here, as in Nigeria, I like to localize a whole lot, even though it's a general and global thing. What are the major factors that millennials actually face in terms of the things that affect their mental health? Okay, I will start with, of course, financial issues. Financial issue is a major issue that millennials face, because as they were getting out of school and they have all these shifts that is happening, you can imagine the kind of stress that they are facing, doing that. And another issue that they face is I mean, they're old enough, so they face like family issues, you know. Some of them, in terms of whatever it is that is happening in their family, that is an issue that they can face. For females and males, do you know how Nigerians are in terms of our culture and stuff like that? Things they expect you to be able to come up with, putting you under pressure. You know, I call it the Nigerian pressure cooker, you know, and that can be a source of stress for a whole lot of millennials. And how, you know, will they be dealing with such issues? Okay. Then another issue that I will be talking about is you know, about what I call the Japa syndrome. Basically, they are coming in at a time when things are really feeling very stressful, and you know, and you have this issue that, oh, the people who have left, they have a comparison, you know, stress issue on that. They're doing well, they show all kinds of things on social media and whatever, and you're thinking, oh, I'm here, what am I doing with myself and stuff like that. So that is a source of stress. And of course, like I said, we're all in the digital age. So that social pressure is there too, in terms of social comparison, what we see, you know, on social media, and how it impacts on our mental health, because we kind of compare ourselves to what's happening. Then I will talk about the systemic stressors too. You know how it is, constant battle with so many things here: electricity, traffic, Lagos, Abuja, and of course, infrastructure. That is stressful to our system, okay? So that is very important. And then the last issue I'll talk about is the hustle of burnout. Just basically, you know, trying to succeed in this, our challenging economy, is a source of burnout for a lot of millennials. I mean, it's a really big thing, and it's something that we really have to like focus on and see how can we, you know, how are we able to like navigate ourselves around all this stuff. For me, it's about mental health is not a taboo. It is something that we have to talk about. I mean, if we're ill physically, we go to the hospital. So if we have issues too that are bothering us, we have to be able to like find help to help us, you know, to sort through that. So that's very important. We must care for that. We must look at how do we put all this together to make us well holistically. I have what I will call like a mental toolkit, which I believe that all millennials should start, you know, to implement, put in place to help them with how they cope with all these stressors that are around us all the time. I'll talk about what I say, digital coffee. Is it possible that you say, okay, at this point in time, I have to put my phone away because it is time for me to, you know, take a break? Because sleep is one area where we can really help to calm down and not so much stress. You know, something I missed out in some of the things that stress us as millennials, especially as women, is if you look at it now, the millennials you have a whole lot of millennials now that are over 40. In short, I'll say from 35. And they have the issues too that affect their health in terms of perimenopause, okay? And they don't even know how it is affecting them. And once you have hormones and stuff like that that start to decline, it even adds more pressure to the kind of, to what they're already feeling. And sometimes it doesn't make them cope very well. Okay, so in terms of the toolkit, I'll talk about what I say, intentional movement. Movement is very important. That is exercise. I mean, it doesn't have to be you're going to the gym to spend 200 hours there. No, just be intentional about moving. Keep moving your body. If you're the kind of person that does office work, make sure that at some certain intervals you get up to walk around and stuff like that. In whatever it is you're doing, look for something that you feel very happy doing, that gives you joy. If you like to dance, you know, intentional moving, always move your body. Another thing is the power of saying no. It is very important, especially in terms of family and pressure and stuff like that. How do you cope with that? You can't do everything. You can't be everything to everybody. So you have to learn how to say no to some things, even in terms of social engagements and stuff like that. You know how we are here. You want to go to party, all kinds of things, all kinds of financial commitments. People get stressed by that too, and you really don't know what is happening. So please, the power of no is very important, okay? And you have to just engage in activities that you love. It's very, very important for us to do that. Another thing I will talk about is, when you share a problem, it's your problem solved. Shared is problem house solved. So let us know the power of shared understanding. Let us understand that vulnerability, is the birthplace of connection mentioned by Brené Brown. It's very important that we understand what we're going through and we try to share it with somebody, a trusted person, a trusted friend, family, whoever, who can help us, to navigate through some of those things and lessen, the stress, the cortisol level that we keep carrying in our system that actually pins us down. We have to able to listen, to understand, because now it could be us on the other side of listening to somebody's issues. It's very, very important for us to do that. So, in my conclusion, I would say that our mind is our greatest asset. We should invest in it. We should ensure that, we do things that calm our mind. We should not try as much as possible not to take on too much. And in terms of financial and the people and struggling with, what we're doing, it's not as if anybody is lazy. Everybody is trying their best, but we need to learn that these kind of things take time and it would work. All right. And of course, most importantly, to extend compassion to yourself. Know that you are putting in effort. Know that you are granting yourself the grace to move on. And ask for help when it becomes impossible for you to carry this. Never, ever be ashamed. There's nothing wrong, okay? There's physical health, there's mental health. When we are down physically, we seek help. So there is no reason why we cannot seek help when we're down mentally.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Olubukola. That was amazing. You have totally summarized what we are here to talk about. Thank you. And talking about prioritizing exercise, a while ago, I saw a post on social media where a lady was like, for people that don't go to the gym, it was more like they are missing out and they are not taking their exercises serious. And he posed a question to me, what happened to other form of exercising, having to work out in your house and, people that also even run. So I think, again, the social pressure is getting too much, and that's why conversations like this is pretty much important. And thank you for also highlighting the need for people to love themselves. Love yourself and find a way to always forge ahead and encourage yourself. I think that is very, very important. Thank you so much, Olubukola. Let me move to the next speaker, Glory. I think this question will be for you, Glory. Yes. How can millennials prioritize their mental health and well-being in today's fast-paced world?
Well, okay, so thank you for that question. As millennials, I think I'm going to be diving deep into conversations around nutrition for millennials, right? Because we hear people talk about the exercise, love yourself, prioritize sleep, but oftentimes the nutrition aspects of support for millennials when it comes to mental health are often neglected. People feel like it's negligible, right? But it is not. It is not. And I'm going to tell you why. There's something called the serotonin. So it is the feel-good neurotransmitter. It is responsible for our tolerance for pain. It is responsible for, how happy we are, our moods, So this neurotransmitter actually thrives on particular nutrients. So when we talk about mental health, right, it has a lot to do with our brain. And the brain has its specific nutrients that it needs to be fed. If you're not feeding it those nutrients, it will not be its efforts and the result that it is able to give will not be optimized. So when you go to the hospital, maybe someone is depressed and they go to the hospitals prescribe antidepressants for this person. Those antidepressant medications are targeting the serotonin. That's basically what they do, to go there and ensure that this particular neurotransmitter begins to function at an optimized level. But as before it gets to the point where the person is having to seek medical help, I believe it is actually preventable if we look into our diet as millennials, consuming things that are very rich in omega-3 fatty acid. This particular omega-3 fatty acid is food for the serotonin. And if this serotonin neurotransmitter is being, adequately catered for through our diet, it's actually going to now help prevent causes of this mental health before it spirals out and becomes out of control, and then the person has to now seek help and do all of that. If we are conscious enough to look into our diet, targeting specific nutrients such as this omega-3 fatty acid that you can find in things like salmon, fish, you can find in things like mackerels, there's a daily value of twice daily for seafood. So if as millennials we're conscious enough to ensure that in every week we are able to consume 2 DVs of these, omega-3 rich meals from sources such as consuming salmon or consuming fish or consuming walnuts or chia seed or even flax seed, just to ensure that we are building up on these nutrients. There are also nutrients such as the thiamine, which are the B vitamins are very essential for millennials because, we do a lot of mental work. And so our brain, when we look at the brain, it's not just the brain. We're looking at a lot of things that are inside. And studies have shown that the neuroplasticity of our brain is really dependent on the value of the nutrients that's coming in our food. So when we talk about conversations around this mental health for millennials, I think millennials need to really look deeply into the meals that they are consuming, to be very intentional about the things that get on our plates, right? Especially because of the volume of
All right, thank you so much, Glory. Thank you for, taking us through that angle of nutrition and why millennials need to start taking their diet serious. Thank you. I think it was just another beautiful angle to this conversation because, when we talk about mental health, we tend to shrink the idea that sometimes our meal consumption also contributes to our total mental well-being. So thank you so much. That was very brilliant. That will take us to the next question, and it will be for you, Victor. How can we reduce the stigma that still surrounds mental health conversation? Thank you so much. I think we have to go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we're going to continue this conversation. Thank you for joining us, Anthony, in Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the
art, the adult, and the wings. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look,
The first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly
and being
if we
present
brought in
in that time.
professionalism.
And the last thing I want to chip in is, as millennials, we can also be more empathetic towards ourselves and towards others. I look around our world today and I think the missing spice is just empathy. People have, thrown empathy through the window, and when something happens, that's why when you see a lot of bile, when something happens, people are like going towards the negative. They're trying gone down this person. We just want to really be aggressive, and it doesn't help. It doesn't help because already as millennials, we're already going through a very difficult phase. So the more support we can get, the better our lives. So I'm just going to end it with this final thought that while we're prioritizing diet, let us also spread empathy and also consider alternative options for exercise such as meditation, yoga, journaling, and just being present. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Glory. Thank you. That was super amazing. Thank you for taking us through that angle of nutrition and why we need to prioritize our diet. Thank you. It was super amazing. Now let's look at another question. That will be for you, Victor. How can we reduce the stigma that still surrounds mental health conversation?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. It's in our country, Nigeria, when people talk about mental health, the next thing people are thinking of is they're talking of a serious psychopathic issue, and that's like a stigma that so it makes it hard for people to open up and say, okay, and tell people, say it openly that, oh, I think I'm actually having a mental health breakdown. I think I need to get this checked out. And then you find, especially a lot of millennials, going through a whole lot and they are not speaking out. Now, stigma falls in when three things happen together: stories, contact, and language. Now, take for example, every millennial, majority of millennials actually have family lives. You understand? Most of them are working professionals, and for a lot of them, it is hard for them to open their mouth and just talk about and tell someone, whether it be in the office or whether it's someone who is close to them, and then open their mouth and tell them, someone else, that, oh, I think I'm actually having a mental health breakdown, because that could actually be an avenue for the other person to take advantage of that. But what we miss in our current day generation is the ability for someone to tell you that, okay, or rather, like the previous speaker said, empathy, for someone to tell you that, oh, I think I'm actually having a mental health breakdown, and then you guide them and then you tell them, okay, these are the things that you need to do. And the moment, I think the first point for us to with stigma is the moment we can start speaking up more about it, which is what most of the other speakers are doing beautifully well. The moment we can start speaking out about it and encouraging people to talk about it, that in its own way would kill the stigma. The moment we can go to schools and start talking about this to the younger ones, the Gen Zs, you understand? The moment we can have there are programs, initiatives that we organize for workplace professionals, where we put them around the corner and have them talk about how they feel. The moment we can still have more of this for millennials, that would enable or help to reduce the stigma and the mindset that they actually have about mental health. And it's not just the millennials. We have to start from those who are coming behind us, so that when they get to our age, or when they get to the age of the millennials currently, they don't actually have to face that same stigma. One of the things I also talk about in some of our initiatives is sometimes there is the idea that when someone says they have a mental health issue, they're classified as mad, or in some cases, some of them are perceived as weak. And I'm a very religious person, a very spiritual person, but then sometimes it's also referred to as the spirit of sadness. There are a lot of words and languages that are associated with mental health. And the moment people begin to associate mental health majorly with these words, the stigma attached to them would still keep on going on. But the moment we can take away those words, either madness or weakness or the spirit of sadness, the moment we can detach these words from proper mental health or any mental health issue or even mental health on its own, I think that will be that will be another step to reducing the stigma around mental health. Also, the media plays a very strong role in the stigma around mental health. What is the media telling everyone about mental health? What are journalists saying about mental health? What are social media, our content creators? What are the people that a lot of millennials look up to? What are not even just the media? What are the pastors? What is everyone in the community society? What are they saying? What is the media pushing out about mental health? You understand? We need to start. There was a trend one time on TikTok where a content creator posted that they were thinking of committing suicide, and then they made like a I'm not minimizing anyone's struggles, but they made content and then it blew up, and then you could see a lot of people thinking that okay, maybe suicide was like a like some luxurious content viral generating USC, and those are the kind of things that we need to watch out for, because when you have content creators who glamorize suicide, you understand it makes suicide look like it's a serious mental health issue. It begins to create a different idea for people. So for the media, let's have I know there are some media shows and there are like the other women, the beautiful people who are on this show with me, who are also doing their own bits. If we can have helplines added to as many shows as possible. If you could have some of these skit makers and music labels, some of the people in social media who people look up to, we can have them talk more and shed more light on mental health. That would go a long way in also reducing stigma. At certain workplaces that I work with, there's this initiative that I work on with the HR department or the HR managers in these organizations, where it's like a reward sensitization program. So for every time you come to speak to the HR about a mental health issue or a problem, or if you're feeling burnt out, you understand, you get some sort of reward. That way, it makes it easier for people, both millennials in the workplace. It makes it easier even as friends of the millennials. It makes it easier for your friends or people around you to open up to you and talk to you and say, okay, this is what I'm going through, and I just need someone to talk to. I need someone to talk to with it. Things like that, behaviors like that, incentives like that would help everyone one way or the other. Millennials, Gen Zs, every single person, would enable them to open up and speak up. And this, once people can speak up about these things, because a closed mouth, they say, is a closed destiny. And if you don't speak out and if you don't talk out, no one can really know how. And many millennials grew up in an age where they were told it was the best thing to do was to keep it in. You understand? So the moment we can not just reduce the stigma, but enable people to talk more about it, it would help them to get the help that they need. You understand? And when they get the help that they need, it is easy to track that help and follow through with it. And you realize that once everyone begins to see, especially with the media, with how we educate people about it, the moment we begin to do that and we begin to see people talk more about it, be much more open about it, we'll see an increase in productivity, in the quality of life. And in the long run, people will begin to see that mental health is not really a bad thing. You understand? You can open up and you talk about it, and then you can get the help that you actually need.
Right. Thank you so much, Victor. Thank you very much. That was actually amazing. Thank you for also highlighting another angle, which is the spiritual aspect and also the media aspect, because a lot has been going on social media. And, I think we don't even talk about the fact that, people fear to cry out for help because they feel like at some certain level they are, people are going to shame them like, oh, you are having a certain kind of problem. Or we see a lot about celebrities coming out to cry out of having mental issues, and people are there not believing and all of that. So thank you so much. I think we need to do better. Thank you. Now let's look at the other segment, which is the digital connection. So my question would be for Chamaka. How does social media impact mental health, and what strategies can millennials use to maintain a healthy online presence?
Thank you so much for that question. I think it's very important that we talk about social media because, I mean, I am always on my phone, and I know everyone here is always on their phone. Most of the times we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're scrolling. And something that I find, I would say, importantly, as everyone has pointed out, is the importance of awareness. It's very important that we are aware as a generation. And I think that social media plays a critical role in that. I think Victor also spoke about how it's important because in this day of having influencers, having social media active people, it's really important that these people also speak about mental health awareness. But I also like to emphasize the importance of speaking about mental health in the right context. So many times what we do hear about a lot of the time is emotional health, which is an angle of mental health, but not as deep in that sense, because people come out and say, oh, because I'm sad. And I'm not saying that, this is not me saying that being sad doesn't mean that you can't be depressed, but it doesn't necessarily always equate to depression. And I think that there's a tendency for people to then say, oh, because everybody says they're sad and they're depressed, so depression is then watered down. But there's an important factor that we talk about, the reoccurrence or the truth that mental illnesses actually exist. There are people who struggle with bipolar disorders, OCD, all sorts of mental illnesses. Depression is just one of many. And in Nigeria, where we live in, people always just talk about, the only thing we see is anxiety disorders, which are really important, or one aspect of it, or just talk about depression, while there are other mental illnesses that actually do exist and people are actually struggling with it, and people don't talk about it just because they feel like these things don't exist in Nigeria. Recently, I was having a conversation with someone who works in the same space, and we're talking about the prevalence of OCD amongst Nigerians. And surprisingly, this is someone who has worked in the field for a long time, who is an advocate, and was saying to me, I've had very few patients tell me that they or like being diagnosed with OCD. And do these illnesses exist? Yes. But do we speak about them? No. And I think the press, the media plays a major function in how much we talk about. We bring these things to the light. So if we have people who are actually creating platforms and spaces where they're talking not just about mental health on the surface, I feel like we've done a great job in the last decade talking about mental health awareness at the basic. I would say that almost everyone knows what it is. When we say almost everyone, of course, if you use social media, you've heard of people talking about, oh, my mental health is struggling, or people saying, oh, I'm struggling with my mental health. That's important. But for us as a generation, as millennials, I think it's really important that we dig deep into other parts of mental health, the critical parts, the parts of mental health that people are not really talking about. We talk about the disorders that exist and how people can also have day-to-day activities. Very recently, someone came out on social media to talk about struggling with ADHD. And someone said, oh, that was self-diagnosed. And that's also an aspect I'm going to talk about, because I think now, because of social media, people are quick to diagnose themselves with all mental illnesses. We hear people talking about, oh, I have ADHD. ADHD is actually, or people saying I have OCD, which is something that people actually tend to talk about a lot. You see someone on social media and they're like, oh, my OCD will not let me do this, or my ADHD will not let me concentrate. These are proper mental illnesses that people are struggling with, that some symptoms, if you've ever, or if you know someone who has ever struggled with any of these mental illnesses, you know that this is tough living in those situations. And sometimes if not properly managed, struggling with day-to-day activities and life. So I think that that's an aspect of, I'm just trying to paint a picture of what we're dealing with here. And I think that's where social media comes in, because again, like I mentioned, everybody's on their phone these days. So if you want to get through to us, our generation, I think it's important that we start to leverage on these systems that are existing. People write more. People use the digital space more. We're writing books about mental health. How many people can pick up their book and read stories? Oh, I'm struggling with, say, for example, grief. I'm dealing with grief disorder, prolonged grief disorder, or I'm dealing with, I think I might have OCD. How do I cope? I'm looking for a toolkit that I can use to get by. I know someone who, do I know anyone? And it's easy for us to say, okay, I can go on this YouTube channel, or I can pick up this book, or I can go on this radio station. Let's start having dedicated podcasts or programs that solely dependent on mental health, and not just mental health in the way that it is glamorized in some sort of way. Like I think Victor also mentioned about people who struggle with someone who said they were struggling with suicidal ideations or suicidal thoughts, and that somehow was watered down. I think it's important that we place criticality on these things, and people, when they speak, they understand that, you can't just diagnose yourself with ADHD or OCD or any sort of mental health disorder because you think that you measure up with some of the few symptoms that you've seen. I think it's important that we start to tell people that biological mental health is as important as biological health. People should be able to go to see a psychologist and a therapist. And I'm also going to talk a little bit on the stigma part of it without feeling stigmatized. If someone says I'm in therapy, or someone openly talks about it, one of our favorite celebrities or people we care about on social media, and say, oh, I'm in therapy, do we look at them as what is going on with this person? Or do we think that this is normal? Like someone saying, I'm going to see the doctor and getting prescription. Or if someone says I'm on antidepressants, do we look at them and think, what's going on with this person? I think that we start to normalize these conversations on social media. We start to create the right ample awareness, create those toolkits. And I also think it's important, and I'm just going to also talk a bit on what we expect systematically from our government, that we ensure that, the government knows that one of the ways to get through to the people is social media. Are you hearing about what people are talking about when it comes to the lack of proper, adequate care for mental health? Even though we, as a nation, have not gotten to the point where we're able to integrate mental health care into primary health care, what are we doing? Do we have care centers that are dedicated, not just psychiatric centers, but care centers that are dedicated first aid for mental health? If someone is having a panic attack, if someone is struggling mentally, they are having symptoms that are recurrent, do we have those? Are people trained enough to manage those situations at the basic? So I think it's important that we carry our advocacy to the front. We have policy advocates who are speaking up on social media boldly. I think there are quite a few, but I also think that there's when more people are talking about these things, it becomes very important. People who are actively talking about this on social media and saying, okay, we need a government who is caring for people in terms of mental health policies. We need to leverage on social media. I think that all action starts and stops on social media and what we do with it. So I think it's really important. It plays a huge role for us as a people, and with our government, with us as individuals. I think everyone has a role to play, even with the grassroots. I'm also going to say that a lot of people might not have the privilege of being on Instagram or Facebook, but people have radios at the very least, and people have means newspaper. We need more people, active forces who are having columns that are dedicated to mental health care. Do people read those things and be like, I think that maybe this might be what I'm struggling with? I've seen situations working with my foundation where people are being locked up in churches because maybe their mom or someone of the older generation was schizophrenic, and they just declared the person, quote and unquote, in Nigeria mad. So the person was being locked up in this hospital, locked up in like a spiritual home, or being flogged. This is because people are not actually, they don't know what it is. So imagine a situation where we have radio stations having a spot every day where they're educating people on what mental health is, how people are struggling. With the rate of the things that are going on in Nigeria, it's almost, forgive me, it's almost unpractical that we are not talking about mental health. Because I think that people are suffering psychologically a lot, not just for us as millennials, but even the older generations or even the Gen Zs. So I think it's really important that social media commits, we use social media as a tool to helping people. So.
All right, thank you so much, Amaka. Thank you for highlighting the importance of social media in this advocate for mental health, because we know that, or we have seen how social media has contributed negatively when it comes to the aspect of mental health. You talk about the pressures, the peer pressures, people wanting to, like, you talk about the financial challenges and how people are constantly being reminded of, how they have to work hard, to be able to make a living. So thank you so much. I think we just have to do more, like you said, the medias have to adopt more strategies to go local, use of newspapers and radio, just to make sure that we are constantly spreading the awareness about mental health. Thank you so much, Chiamaka. That will take us to the next question, which is for Chioma. How can millennials protect themselves from online harassment and cyberbullying? I know we have seen a lot of them also. We are still talking about social media and digital adoption. So how can they protect themselves from online harassment and cyberbullying?
Hello, everybody. Okay, so I like to start with the fact that we know that our energy is in motion, whether we meet people individually or social media. And for most of us, we do not understand that even the social media is an energy. So you see most times when you're feeling very excited, you're feeling very happy, and then all of a sudden you're doom scrolling on one blog, and then you just realize that your energy is sapping and just reducing and reducing. And before you know it, by the end of that 2 hours doom scroll, you realize that the energy that you started with and the energy that you ended with is way different. So for me, I don't follow any blogs. I don't follow anything that would mess with my energy. And I think, number one, that's the way to start. Another thing is proper social media housekeeping. A lot of us don't do that. Now, I mentioned from the beginning that I am the vulnerability queen, so I share a lot. My motto is you cannot shame the shameless. So for me, I've shared, there's nothing that you want to shame me for because I probably have said it myself, right? And I do that. I've been doing mental health for 10 years. I've been probably sharing for 10 years. I live with a mental health condition. I live with bipolar. I live with OCD. I have struggled through mental health, depression, anxiety, and psychosis. I was admitted in a psychiatric hospital. So I always say, if you need a poster girl for what mental health issues are, sometimes come and look at me. And then at the end of the day, it's not just about that. It's being able to go through these struggles, but still high achieving, still getting everything that I need to get, still having a family. I have 2 kids, I have a husband, I'm still keeping a home. Do you get? So at the end of the day, the way social media or the way life has taught us that mental health is, you don't function, you're nothing, you cannot, literally, I have to go through a psychiatrist, I have to do this, I have to do that. But at the end of the day, I'm still also functioning on the other end. But for me, one of the things that I do and I take very religiously for my social media is doing proper housekeeping. As I said, number one, I don't follow any blogs that will trigger me. If I see people that I feel like, this person is beginning to pressure me or my lifestyle, they are living a lifestyle. And again, I try to, because one of the things that I've learned in my journey, even as self, is being able to understand, am I feeling jealous? Because I know that that's one thing that millennials struggle about. So if, for example, I'm saying, I'm seeing this girl's post and it's triggering me, a part of it is like, maybe it's because you're jealous. So that's why you don't want to see it. But to be honest, to thyself be true. So if you feel like that thing is triggering you to an extent where you don't feel comfortable, please block, please remove, please mute, please restrict. Thank God for social media. I think that one of the things that these social media platforms have done for us is that they also understand that we are human beings too as well. And before we didn't have the capabilities to mute, or to the highest you do is to unfollow. But now we're able to mute, we're able to restrict. And there's a reason for that, because these people are constantly doing their research too and knowing that little things like this may be able to affect other people's emotions. So if you feel that way, please do. For someone like me who shares a lot about my struggle with mental health, one of the things that I've actually noticed is that people love real stories. People love to hear your stories. People want to engage. People want to feel like they're not alone. But then in the midst of sharing too, I've had people who I always say they're projecting. They are telling you the things that they've gone through, but they're saying it in a mean way. So whenever you see bullies online, it's not because they are bullies. There are things that we say something, hurt people. So the reason why they are hurting other people is because they are also hurt too as well. So for me, I keep a clean house. If I see a comment that is uncomfortable for me, I delete, I remove. I don't, sometimes I engage you just to educate you. I'm not going to keep quiet. And then other times I just delete it. But then one of the things I also tell myself is that if I see a comment of about maybe 100 comments, I realize that maybe 95 are actually very good comments. And 5 comments are people who are, trolls and are just trying to project on whatever their current situation is. But the way the human brain is wired is that most times we pick on those negative things. And then so for you, it's a place to ask yourself, why are you picking on those things? Why are you picking on things that don't matter? You have 95 comments that are good, 95 comments that are wonderful, 95 comments that are happy that you've shared, and 5 comments that are telling you something else. Delete and block. Create boundaries. The same way we create boundaries online and offline, we should create boundaries online. I liked when when Olubukola said something about saying no. No is a complete sentence. It is no is a complete sentence. Be able to say no. And if you cannot say no online, do it by deleting, do it by blocking, do it by restricting. Whatever it is that you do, your no is your no, right? Another thing again, on how we can reduce cyberbullying is that I always tell myself truth over algorithm. And we can get so hung up in we want to have the numbers, we want to have the people that, and I'll give an example. So I started writing very well. I used to write, but I started being very intentional about my writing maybe around May after I just had a baby. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm taking a break from work, but I still want to do things that would feel good to my soul. And I started writing and I saw how beautifully blew up, right? But then I realized after a while that I started to chase algorithms. So it's like from, you get 200,000 views and you feel happy. And, you went from, I'm just doing this because I want to make an impact to how many people are liking this, how many people are commenting, and we can get so caught up in that. We can get so caught up in that life of trying to chase algorithm. So for me, I always tell myself impact over algorithm. The reason I'm doing this is not because I want, if it is only 2 people that likes whatever it is that I'm doing, it's okay. My message has been passed to those 2 people. If it's only 5, fine. If nobody does, it's still okay. So I keep reminding myself every time, impact over algorithm. And at the time when I now believe that, okay, this thing is becoming overwhelming, I cannot even I'm trying to do impact over algorithm, but the human side of me is also taking over where, I'm just caught up. I remove my social media. I think my followers are so used to me that you just realize that I've taken a 1-month break. And I have built myself in such a way that whenever I come back, I see messages like, oh, Choma, we just wanted to check on you. We know that you're doing your 1-month break. We know that you're doing this, your break. And so it is that lifestyle that I've placed in such a way that people are not having, I carry myself offline the way I carry myself online. If I feel like something is disturbing my peace, I just take a break and just go somewhere else, 1 week break, 1 day break, whatever. And that I put that to my social media. The voice in your head, your mind is supposed to be greater than whatever it is that your environment is pushing to you. That algorithm, you have to be good for you to give others. They always say, don't pour from an empty cup. You cannot pour from an empty cup. So you have to feel yourself enough to feel for other people. And then so if it is a 1-day break you need from social media, fine. Olukola said it, take your curfews. If it is by 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, you need to just go off. Please go off. I don't pick up my phone till like 10 o'clock. I intentionally do it because the moment you open your phone and you start feeding off the energy of social media, so yes, it just starts to drain you. So for me, I believe that some of these ways are ways that you can manage, online harassment, cyber, just being in control. I think being in control of your social media space, taking breaks when you feel like it's overwhelming, cutting off anybody who you feel like is taking off your energy, even if it is your friend. Your friend is, but then again, you could also ask yourself questions, because I believe that sometimes when you feel jealous, it might be something that you feel that is not in you, that you're seeing in the other person that you need to improve on. So ask yourself questions. I think for us, social media, again, has its goods and its bad, but again, we are in control of our lives. I always say, never allow your mind be the master of you. Always be the master of your mind. So if you're in a situation where you cannot control your mind, then there's something to think about. But if not, be aware, be intentional, and, protect your space. I think that's the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chioma. Thank you so much. Thank you. You actually overshared everything. Like you said, you don't gatekeep. Thank you. I think we just have to do a lot more about, defining who we are and also matching the same energy that we do offline in terms of defining our space and, you know, creating what makes us happy. Also, we should also do that online in terms of filtering the information that you want to take at a time and knowing when to just draw the boundary, because a lot happens on social media, and if you're not able to draw the boundaries, you know, you are always caught up in a situation where you are scrolling endlessly, and then you unaware, you just see yourself, you know, thinking about your life. Is it that I'm not doing better, or what is it that I need to do? And, you know, I think we just have to do more with filtering our information and the kind of information that we consume online. Yeah, thank you. So let's now look at the next question. That will be for you, Olubukola. How can mindfulness and meditation be used to reduce stress and anxiety? Having to have said a lot today, yes. I think we stressed on anxiety and also stress and all of that. And you also mentioned something about meditation and journaling.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. In short, this particular question is really something very close to my heart because it's something that I practice. So I know that it works. I mean, mindfulness is just about taking time to know that this time is just for me. This time is, I'm just focusing on something that would benefit me. It's very important. See, I always say self-care is not selfish. Self-care is mandatory, and that's where it comes from. You must care for yourself, because if you don't care for yourself first, how will somebody else care for you? If you don't love yourself first, how will somebody else love you? So that has to come, and that is a really big issue for a lot of people because it's such a subconscious thing that we don't even think about. You know, see, this power of saying no, it's about self-care. Most people don't know that when you care for yourself, you know what does not work for you, and then you say no to it, it has already elevated your mind. That is mindfulness. Now, I'll quickly give some solutions, right? There's one, mindfulness and meditation. Of course, meditation is just you taking time out to focus on something so that you can actually, your body can relax. And how does your body relax when you meditate? It's really about activating your parasympathetic nervous system. Now, you have the sympathetic nervous system or the autonomous nervous system, and you have the parasympathetic nervous system, which is what you call the rest and digestive part of us. Meaning, for all these stressors that we see, that we feel, for you not to let it get into your system, your body and mind has to be at rest. And that parasympathetic nervous system that nature has already bestowed upon us is always quiet unless you activate it. So you must do things that would help you activate it. And these are part of the things that would happen, that will work. There's something I call the traffic jam meditation, which is very quick. It's about really your breathing, learning how to breathe. There is a way that you breathe that activates your parasympathetic nervous system. Let me make it quick. I'll call it the 4-4-8 form of breathing. What does it mean? If you're sitting in traffic and you're getting upset, or anything that is acting to make you upset, take a pause and say, you know what? I'm going to breathe in and out on this. What do? You breathe in, count 4. You hold your breath, count 4. And then you breathe out slowly, counting 8. Just try that. So it's called the 4-4-8 breathing technique. So you do that and you see that your system, because it activates that parasympathetic nervous system that helps your body to just relax and you don't feel stressed. Because a lot of these mental health issues is really from our cortisol level that spikes and stays up. Now, what is cortisol? Cortisol is just our stress hormone that responds to all the stressors around us. And is the thing that will help you run if there's an attack on you. Is the thing that will help you fight if you have to. But then these are supposed to be momentary and they go down and you relax. But when it is constant, when you have all these stressors in our lives that is keeping it constant, that's where the problem starts from. So when you activate your parasympathetic nervous system through meditation, it helps you bring down your cortisol and you will feel much better. Another technique that is, it's specific kind of meditation technique that I call the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 technique that helps with your senses. You know, we have those 5 senses, which are the senses of, sight, feel, hear, smell, and taste. So when you are in those kind of states, what do? Think about 5 things that you can see very quickly, just like a 5 minutes break. Think about 4 things that you can feel, like you can feel your shoes, like you can feel your clothes on you, Think about 3 things that you can hear. Think about 2 things that you can smell. And think about 1 thing that you can taste. Just doing that calms your system down, and you see that it will help you. It's very, very important, okay? Then, what you call keeping your urge of surfing down, keeping it away, keeping your urge of doing funny things down. Like now, you're craving to check your phone, you're eating junk or to eat junk food, or and something just makes you very anxious, instead of you fighting with it, just sit with that sensation. Notice how it feels in your body. Don't do anything. You will observe that sensation will peak at some point in time. And then you just go away. Meaning, instead of you going to eat that junk food, remember somebody talked about nutrition? Junk food is bad for you because junk food would never bring that serotonin out. If anything, it depresses it, and, you will not get the kind of cortisol lowering that you need. So just sit through it and you find that you will not have to act on those funny things that would affect you. Another solution for mindful chores is decide on something physical to do at some point in time. So it could be, because of, all the things that have been happening in our world with the technology. There's so many things that we're not doing that, we should have been doing. We just go through the motions very quickly. Let me give you an example. People don't like washing dishes, but do you know that washing dishes, especially like we Gen X's, in those days that we didn't have dishwashers, we had to wash, but it was those kind of exercises were like helping to, like, how would I put it now? We're helping to trigger our brain to help us at some point in time that we can be mindful. So if you're feeling anxious, go start washing dishes. It's very important. You'll see that your brain will calm down and you feel a lot better. Okay, so it's very important. One other thing that I do is what I call the structured meditation. Somebody mentioned an app called Calm. Apparently, I do use Calm because when you are in perimenopause, you need to always be remembering about mindfulness and meditation, because that's one thing that will help with your stressful system, calm anxiety down, help you have clarity of your brain. And what do? Just take like 3-4 minutes, okay? And focus on something. And then breathe. You breathe in, you breathe out slowly, and just listen. And you just find that your body will start calming down gradually. So we cannot overemphasize the importance of meditation and mindfulness, because what it does is just to like cut you off from those stressors for those few minutes. And that's really what you need, because those few minutes that you're cut off would help you, activate your parasympathetic nervous system, and that would help you relax and you'll be able to be calmer and do the things that you want to do. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Olubukola. Thank you. That was amazing. Like you just totally summarized everything. We could go on and on and on and talk a lot more about mental health and trying to raise awareness. It has been an awesome conversation so far, and because time is no longer on our side, we just have to try to cut some things short. So I'm just going to go briefly around the room to get one last message or one word of encouragement or advice from each and every one of our speakers to our listeners today, or every millennial out there struggling with mental health right now. So let me start with Glory. Just briefly share one word of encouragement for anyone struggling with mental health right now.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. So my final thought to anyone who is struggling with, mental health, be it millennial, be it a caregiver who is navigating life with a child who probably has a mental health condition, would first of all be to remember that you have to tap in to yourself, like stay conscious, be aware of when, because when you're aware, you know when you need to cry out for help. When you are aware, you know when you need to speak up and say, oh, this is what is going wrong. When you are aware, you know when to unplug, you know when to log off. Like Ms. Choma rightly said, she said she knows when to do social media housekeeping. But you can't even do social media housekeeping if you don't realize that your home is due for housekeeping. If you don't realize that this thing is bringing a lot of negative energy to me, or this peer pressure is getting to me. So we have to stay conscious, be aware of, yourself, your surrounding, stay conscious of how things make you feel. Because when you can understand how maybe a post makes you feel, or how a meal that you have consumed has altered your mood, or left you bloated, you are able to know when to seek for help. The second message I'm going to be leaving them with is consider your meal at every time. So you're going to also be conscious of what you are consuming. You're very conscious of the diet. You're very conscious of your food. Do not grab quick fixes. Be intentional about what you are consuming around the clock for every day you wake up. And then lastly, be empathetic towards yourself and towards someone else, towards people around you, towards how you go about your daily activities, your workplace, your maybe your colleagues, everyone, your home, your children, because children can actually, be a handful. And sometimes we've seen mothers go into different kind of mental health states just by trying to help raise their children. So prioritize support, prioritize asking for help. At every point in time when you feel overwhelmed, you can ask for help. And don't feel too, ashamed or too shy to speak up. Don't push the stigmatization or, whatever sad feeling will come out of you seeking for help. Shove it away and just speak up, because the earlier you get help for mental health, the faster the road to recovery. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Glory. Thank you for, highlighting that important point. From Glory, you have to prioritize your mental health. You have to also be self-aware, practice self-awareness, and also take your diet very serious. Thank you. Now let's also get to hear from Victor. Let's get to hear one last point on this matter.
Okay, so thank you very much. To anyone who is listening to this right now, and your heart feels heavy, to those who smile in public, but in their rooms and their private places they break down, or to those who have been carrying pain that no one actually notices, I want them to know, if you're watching this right now, that you are not weak and you are not alone. Mental health challenges does not mean that you failed, and if anything, they actually mean that you are actually a human, and you have been a human in a world that does not pause. Even the strongest minds can bend under too much weight, and sometimes the people that you see who look the most put together are the ones who are fighting the hardest battles silently. The truth is that help exists and healing is possible. Depression, anxiety, ADHD, trauma, these are not moral flaws. They are medical realities and you need to understand that they deserve a lot of care. You need to know that you deserve care, not shame. So the same way anyone would treat malaria or hypertension, that is the same way you can and should treat your mental health. That is all I'd have to say at this point. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Victor. That was amazing. Thank you very much for that soothing word from you. Thank you. Now let's get to hear from Chioma also.
Okay, thank you everybody for having me and for listening to me. I would just like to say, as I said, vulnerability. It's not weakness. Leadership and vulnerability can coexist. You can be a leader and still be vulnerable. You can be a leader and still be struggling. Taking care of your mind is not a luxury. It is a responsibility. It is your responsibility. And I think that we need to start being responsible for that part of ourselves. I'm always very thankful when I see corporate institutions putting things like this together, because it means that we're getting to the point where we're having conversations that really matter. So let's continue to build workplaces, homes, and communities where mental health is not an afterthought, but it's the foundation and the core of everything that we do. And then healing is not a destination. It is going to keep happening. It's not linear. It would happen. It will, So let's just listen to our minds. Let's just listen to our hearts. Whenever we feel that we're off, please seek help. Help exists. There are NGOs that are doing wonderful work out there if you cannot afford it. There are specialists who are willing to do pro bono if you cannot afford it. And, let's just keep this conversation going, because your mental health matters. It really does matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chioma. That was amazing. Thank you for your, giving us that final word of encouragement. Thank you. Now let's get to hear from Chiamaka.
Thank you. I just want to say, to encourage everyone, in addition to what everyone else has shared, every other speaker has shared, your biological health, your mental health is as important as your biological health. So I want to encourage you to prioritize it. I also want you to normalize therapy, normalize, no matter what anybody else says. I need you to put you first. I think that's what everyone else has also touched on. You are important as a person, and people might not exactly understand what you're struggling with. Your struggles might be unique, your trauma, your experiences, everything that you've gone through, that's essential to you. You're the only one that knows the rhythm of your body. So I want to encourage you to please seek help if you need help. There's nothing wrong in being in therapy. And like Chioma said, healing is not a destination, it's lifelong. So I want you to give yourself grace through that journey, whether you fall back into a relapse or you feel like it's nothing is happening. I promise you, healing is messy. It's not straightforward. It doesn't always look like the way that we see it in the movies or the way that we expect it. Is tough. So I need you to give yourself grace. Grace is really important to us as millennials and as adults. I also want us to also for people who live with people who are struggling mentally, to be kind to them, to also learn how to offer them help when they need help, and also to respect their boundaries as well. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Amaka. Thank you. That was really amazing. Thank you. And that will bring us to the end of today's discussion, because we have actually exhausted our time. I want to quickly say thank you to all our amazing panelists. Thank you, Bukola. Thank you, Olubukola. Thank you, Glory. Thank you, Chioma. Thank you, Chiamaka. And finally, thank you, Victor. Thank you so much for sharing your experience, wisdom, and heartfelt insight today. And to everyone who have joined us live, I want to quickly say thank you for being part of this important conversation. Let's continue to spread the word about mental health. Let's continue to raise awareness. Let's continue to keep sharing, and also, let's also continue to encourage each other, because mental health is not more like a one-person journey. We have to keep raising the awareness. Thank you so much. I still remain your host, Ethel Adorno, here on Business Day Millennial Hangout. Thank you for joining us, and always remember that you matter a whole lot. Thank you, and have a great day.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olanibun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data. noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation the funding and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool and look at it from also a sustainability point of view and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. And the NGX sustains a positive momentum with 1.45 trillion naira investors gain. And an NPCL loses 380 billion naira revenue in September. And Southwest accounts for 60% non-oil exports, Nexim Bank. And Dangote Refinery to list 10% stake on NGX. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Destiny Momo. The Nigerian exchange sustained its bullish momentum on Wednesday as investors gained 1.45 trillion naira, pushing market capitalization to 97.6 trillion naira. The rally was driven by strong demand for blue chip stocks alongside notable gains. Trading volume and turnover rose by 7% and 17% respectively, as 589.43 million shares worth 23.97 billion naira were exchanged in 28,456 deals. And ASO Savings and Loans led the gainers with a 10% rise. Dangote Cement gained 6.5%, boosting overall market performance, while Transcorp Hotels advanced 6.26% amid renewed investor confidence in hospitality. On the losers chart, the Initiates PLC dropped 5.73%. Fidelity Bank led trading by volume with 94.7 million shares. Analysts linked the positive sentiment to sustained buying pressure on high-cap stocks and optimism for the fourth quarter corporate earnings. Meanwhile, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) recorded a 380 billion naira loss in September 2025 as revenue fell to 4.27 trillion naira from 4.65 trillion naira in August, while profit after tax dropped to 116 billion naira. Crude oil and condensate production declined to 1.61 million barrels per day due to slight issues. And gas output also fell to 6,284 mm, though the company reported progress on key projects like the Ajakuta-Kaduna-Kano and the OB3 pipelines. Despite lower output, NNPC continued its social impact work, training over 7,000 farmers and funding cardiac interventions for indigent Nigerians. And also the Nigerian Export-Import Bank, Nexim, says the Southwest regions leads Nigeria's non-oil exports, accounting for about 60% of total value. And Managing Director Ababelo, represented by Daniela Jarikri-Ikazobo, disclosed these are the Export Readiness and Market Access Excel program in Lagos. He said the Southwest, led by Lagos, remains Nigeria's industrial hub, with strong clusters in agro-processing, fashion, and tech. Nexim also offers facilities to boost women and youth participation in exports. And GSL and NEPC representatives urge businesses to prepare for growing export opportunities, especially under the AFCFTA, as global demand for Nigerian products continues to rise. Up ahead, Dangote Refinery to list 10% stake on NGX. We'll bring you more details after this time out. Stay with us.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading Through Change, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily.
We have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out on the great networking and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Welcome back to Business Day TV News. And President of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has announced plans to list between 5 and 10% of the Dangote refinery on Nigerian exchange within the next years to attract new investors and boost the company's capital base. In an interview, Dangote said the move aims to deepen investor participation and align the refinery with global corporate governance standards. Dangote added that the company recently secured a $4 billion financing deal and is in talks with Middle Eastern investors to co-fund an expansion to 1.4 million barrels per day, which would make it the largest refinery in the world. And despite temporary challenges, including brief shutdowns and labor disputes, Dangote expressed confidence in the refinery's long-term outlook. Moving on, Nigeria imported 15.01 billion litres of petrol between August 2024 and early October 2025, accounting for 69% of total supply, despite the start of Dangote Refinery's production in September of 2024. Petrol imports, which peaked at 54.3 million litres daily in September 2024, dropped to 15.1 million litres by October 2025, while Dangote's output rose to 18.9 million litres per day, surpassing imports. And national fuel consumption also fell from 60.7 million litres daily in September 2024 to 34 million litres in October of 2025, following the end of fuel subsidies. And despite competition from importers, Dangote Refinery has begun exporting petrol, diesel and jet fuel, marking Nigeria's gradual shift towards fuel self-sufficiency. And away from that story, the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers, NCRIB, has projected that over 60% of insurance firms will survive the ongoing recapitalization exercise in the sector. The president of NCRIB, Babatunde Oguntade, said the recapitalization prompted by the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act, NIRA 2025, was long overdue and would strengthen the industry. Oguntade explained that brokers were exempt from the recapitalization, but instead brokers are now required to maintain a minimum professional indemnity cover of 50% of turnover. He added that NIRA 2025 was already boosting growth and compliance across states, noting improved turnover outside Lagos and rising insurance penetration. And Nigerian Breweries PLC has reported a group revenue of 1.04 trillion naira for the 9 months ended September 30, 2025, marking a 48% increase from 703 billion naira recorded in the same period of 2024. According to the company's unaudited financial statements filed with the Nigerian Exchange, cost of sales rose to 627 billion naira from 495 billion naira, while marketing, distribution and administrative expenses climbed 38% to 254 billion naira. Company Secretary and Legal Director Waboya Bebaku attributed a strong performance to premiumization, cost efficiency, and the positive impact of the 2024 rights issue, with boosted profitability. Agbebaku noted that although the third quarter saw a seasonal slowdown, the company remains optimistic about a rebound in the final quarter driven by festive demand. And still to come, World Bank commits over $2 billion to supportive investments in Uganda. This and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. And Uganda is poised to receive over $2 billion in new World Banking financing over the next 3 years, signaling the resumption of concessional lending to the country after more than a year of suspension. The funds are expected to be channeled into key sectors, including transport, energy, ICT, and agriculture, with the goal of accelerating infrastructure development and boosting productivity across Uganda's economy. The return of World Bank financing comes as a major relief for the government, which has in recent months relied heavily on domestic borrowing at higher interest rates to fund its budget. And meanwhile, the economists say the renewed access to concessional loans will help ease fiscal pressures, lower borrowing costs, and provide much needed foreign exchange support to the Ugandan shilling. And according to the Finance Ministry, the funding will be directed towards projects that promote inclusive growth, improve connectivity, and even enhance access to energy and digital services, key pillars of Uganda's development agenda. The World Bank has reaffirmed its commitment to supporting Uganda's long-term economic transformation while encouraging transparency and accountability in the use of public funds. And Ethiopia has begun talks with China to restructure part of the $5.38 billion debt it owes Beijing, with discussions focusing on converting a portion of the loans into yuan-denominated debt. The move is part of Addis Ababa's broader strategy to manage its external debt burden and strengthen ties with its largest bilateral creditor. The proposed shift to yuan-based loans could help ease Ethiopia's foreign exchange pressures as the country continues to grapple with a severe shortage of hard currency. It also aligns with China's efforts to promote the international use of the yuan in global trade and finance, particularly across Africa, where Beijing remains the dominant development partner. Meanwhile, Fitch Ratings has affirmed Ethiopia's long-term foreign currency issuer ratings at restricted default, citing the country's ongoing defaults on Eurobond and commercial debt obligations. The rating agency noted that while debt restructuring efforts are underway, Ethiopia's external financing conditions remain fragile, and a full resolution of its default status will depend on the outcome of ongoing negotiations with creditors. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. United States President Donald Trump has announced a fresh round of sanctions on Russia, and the first since his return to the White House. The move follows that Washington describes as Moscow's failure to make progress in ceasefire negotiations aimed at ending the war in Ukraine. The new sanctions come as European Union leaders approved their 19th sanctions package against Russia, underscoring renewed Western coordination to increase pressure on the Kremlin. According to U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, the sanctions will target Russia's two largest oil companies, Lukoil and Rosneft, citing President Vladimir Putin's refusal to end this senseless war and the government's lack of serious commitment to peace talks. The measures are expected to further restrict Russia's access to global markets and even tighten pressure on its vital energy sector as the U.S. and its allies push for a diplomatic breakthrough to end the conflict. And also the World Health Organization, WHO, says 15,000 Palestinians in urgent need of medical treatment are waiting to be evacuated from Gaza as the Rafah border crossing remains closed despite the recently announced ceasefire deal. The agency warns that the ongoing closure is worsening the already dire humanitarian crisis, leaving thousands without access to life-saving care. Meanwhile, the bodies of 54 unidentified Palestinians have been returned to Gaza by Israel and buried in a mass grave in central Deir el-Bala. Local health officials report that some of the bodies showed signs of torture and execution, raising renewed concerns about the human rights violations amid the ongoing conflict. Humanitarian organizations continue to call for unhindered access to medical aid and evacuation routes, stressing that the health system in Gaza is on the brink of collapse. And up next is sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're welcome back to the news update. Now to sports news. Liverpool manager and Slaughter has confirmed that striker Alexander Isak was substituted at halftime during the team's 5-1 win over Eintracht Frankfurt due to a groin injury. Isak was stated alongside Hugo Ekitike in Germany was replaced at the break of Federico Chiesa after feeling discomfort. The severity of the injury is yet to be determined, with the club expected to access him further in the coming days. The Swedish forward firm has been under scrutiny since his £125 million move from Newcastle United earlier this summer, having scored only once in the Carabao Cup. For his new side, his latest setback could further complicate his bid to establish himself as a key figure in Slot's attacking setup. To end the news, Tottenham goalkeeper Guglielmo Vicario produced a stunning performance to help his side secure a fortunate goalless draw away to Monaco, keeping their unbeaten run in this season's Champions League intact. Vicario made 8 crucial saves as Monaco dominated proceedings, registering 23 shots and an expected goal tally of nearly 2.5. Despite the relentless pressure, an Italian stood firm, notably denying Folarin Balogun in the first half and Jordan Teze from point-blank range in the second. A lackluster Spurs side managed only 2 shots on target throughout the game and were largely second best, relying on Vicario's heroics and Monaco's missed chances, including 3 late opportunities from substitute Takumi Minamino. The result marked Tottenham's first goalless draw since March 2023 and in a streak of 125 consecutive matches in all competitions without one. It also means that Thomas Frank becomes the first Spurs manager to go unbeaten in his first 3 Champions League games, with Tottenham currently sitting 15th in the table. And that is the much we have for you on News Update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on BusinessDay Television.
incredible entrepreneurs and business leaders who are walking this path and can share practical insight with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to introduce our brilliant speakers for today's program. First, we have Onavi Daniel, founder of Precept and Mentors. With over 12 years of experience in project management, strategy, and mentoring, Onavi has worked with leading organizations across Africa, helping them to build systems that drive growth and resilience. He is passionate about equipping entrepreneurs with practical tools in finance and leadership, and his track record in mentoring SMEs makes his insights very valuable for today's conversation. Welcome, Onavi. It's great to have you here with us today. Next.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here with us. Next, we have Omolola Akimbode, the founder and CEO of Lola Express Hair. Lola Express Hair is one of the African leading luxury hair brands, and she is not only building a premium beauty empire, but also empowering women through LEH Academy and empowerment initiatives. Her story is proof that creativity and strategies can drive profitability even in uncertain times. Welcome. We are excited to have you here with us, Omolola.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here too.
Thank you. Joining us as well is Ozioma Okonkwo, founder and CEO of Obiuku Clothing. Ozioma is a fast-rising fashion entrepreneur redefining creativity and craftsmanship in the industry. She understands firsthand the importance of adapting to consumer behavior and the demand of staying agile in tough markets. Ozioma, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. Thank you for being on this panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. And finally, we have Success Abasiama Ajilore, the founder of Success Transformation Network and the creator of the Accelerated Plus program. She is a chartered accountant and strategist with over a decade of experience in consulting, and also Success is known for helping SMEs simplify complex financial challenges and remain profitable through resilience-focused strategies. Thank you for being here with us, Success. We can't wait to have and learn from your expertise.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. This SME clinic is designed to give you not just ideas, but also practical strategies you can apply right away. And with the incredible panelists we have today, I know you will be leaving here with insights that can move your business to the next level. So having said that, let's dive in and tackle some of the most pressing questions SMEs are facing right now. Okay, permit me to start with cash flow management, and I'll be taking the questions in no particular order. So one of the biggest challenges SMEs face, especially in tough times, is keeping cash flow under control. And that will bring us to the first question for today's program. That will be for you, Onavi. How can Nigerian SMEs effectively manage their cash flow during challenging economic times? Should I take the question again, Onavi?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, okay, yes. I didn't get that.
Okay, let me take the question again. How can Nigerian SMEs effectively manage their cash flow during challenging economic times?
Basically, just look at how you get. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So basically, managing cash flow just has to do with your finances, right? The way you actually get funds, right? You want to be able to find out how, the processes, the systems that are in your business, right? And you want to find out the areas where, the areas where your business is actually moving and the areas where, you need improvement basically in. So you check out all those systems in place.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you for, starting off the conversation with that brilliant answer. So let's even look at, having looked at cash flow, let's also look at adapting to the market changes. We have seen consumer behaviors shift a lot recently, and SMEs have to adjust quickly or, risk being left behind. So my question is for Ozioma. I mean, having grown your business for a while now, how can Nigerian SMEs adapt to the changes in market demand and also consumer behavior?
Thank you so much for these questions. First, you need to do research on your brand, the industry you're in. You need to make a lot of research so you know what's happening and how the business is moving. Because for example, for a fashion designer like me, fashion evolves. So the fashion that we do today, like the fashion that people have been doing last year, is different from what we're doing today. So you need to keep doing your research and monitoring the markets. Read a lot. I know a lot of people are very, very, very lazy when it comes to reading about their field. So it's important that you get to read a lot. You also need to have social media presence, which is very important for your brand. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, whatever works for you. It's very important that as a business person, you need to have a social media presence. It will help you reach international client, the global markets and all. Then partnership. We need to partner in terms of collaboration. So when I say collaboration, I'll use my line as an example. As a fashion designer, we collaborate with makeup artists and hairstylists because you can't wear you can't wear an outfit without styling your hair. You can't wear a bridal dress without styling your hair and doing makeup. So it's important to collaborate with people in your field. It will help you adjust to the demand faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Omolola. That was brilliant. Because I was also even thinking about when I was, going through the questions, I knew I wanted to ask you this particular question because fashion industry is something that has evolved over time here in Nigeria. I mean, how we moved from sewing normal bridal clothes to, everybody's swifting changing to sewing corset and all of that. So thank you for providing that brilliant answer. So let's look at reducing cost and, staying profitable while running your business. So this would be for you, Success. What strategies can SMEs use to reduce costs while still maintaining profitability?
Well, thank you so much for that question. With the high inflation and volatile effects we have in Nigeria, rising energy costs. So the game of business has to be very agile. And so to be able to reduce cost and maintain profitability, one has to now look into your operations and optimize your operations. If you were not digitalizing your operation, you are going to be taken unawares as costs are rising. So it is we want to look into digitalizing any manual process and making it automated using affordable tools. They're actually cheap tools to use. Flutterware, Wave Store, Soul Books, and also WhatsApp business. You can also look at staffing, cross-train employees, so fewer people can handle multiple functions, Then also energy efficiency. Because of the rising energy costs, the truth is that many people are pulling out from the national grid and now rather investing in solar so that at the long run, you save energy costs. Also, you have to look into your vendor and your supply chain system, smarter procurement system.
have to now implement smarter procurement systems. If it's possible to join associations, pool orders, negotiate wholesale discounts, so you don't have to spend so much to get your supplies, and also renegotiate with your suppliers. Also, you can also look at your inventory management. Yeah, most people now adopt just in time, so we don't just stock up goods and start and lose it out when the season of that goods, because there's always a seasonal goods. So after that season passes, what happens? So one has to adopt more of just in time, and this actually boils down to what my colleague says, because you have to understand the market very well and know, and also understand the numbers of your business. So if you have not even taken track of the numbers of, okay, how many people ordered in the last 6 months, so do you not overstock? And also review your subscriptions, if there's any unnecessary software that you are subscribing to and just deducting from your cash flow, you look at that as well. Adjust products and services for profitability. If it's possible to offer smaller, affordable packs that move faster, and that can work, and reduce working capital needs as well. Prioritize your products. And I won't overemphasize, as my colleague has mentioned, collaboration, shared spaces, instead of spending so much on rent, because the truth is that it's what you bring out there, your social media presence, that matters, and your orders based on the kind of brand that you are building on social media. People will not care. Some people are looking for easy ways to get what you are doing, your services and your products. They don't have to come to your office. So as a small business, you just want to be strong. Your brand has to be strong on social media, and you have to now cut down on rent space. You don't need to rent one big space if you don't have the capacity to do that. Also, leverage technology, marketing automations. We have marketing automations now. New apps are coming up and all that. And I think the major thing here is actually financial discipline, because most entrepreneurs have not even perfected their own personal finance. And so when they are starting business, they meddle up their business finance and their own personal finance. And maybe their personal lifestyle is also cropping negatively on the business. So financial discipline is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Success. Thank you for, highlighting the importance of financial discipline. And also, one thing that also stood out from all you said is digital tools. And I also know that Ozoma also highlighted it. So let's look at digital tools and how SMEs can leverage it for their e-commerce marketing. So my question would be for you, Omolola. How can small businesses leverage digital marketing and e-commerce to reach new customers and grow sales?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Firstly, I would like to emphasize that you have to create an online presence through social media platforms, your website and search engines. Majorly, Instagram is what most Nigerians use. TikTok, Facebook, those are the social media platforms that you need to, establish your presence on to be able to reach your client, your international client, your local client. Then you also run targeted ads, sharing engaging content, and using customers' reviews to attract new customers and also build trust amongst your community. Because you can't just create an online store without looking for ways and expect people to find you. That is not possible. So you have to be able to utilize all the digital marketing tools available to you to be able to reach your client. And Instagram ads is one of that. It's one of those numerous digital marketing tools that you can use. It might be quite expensive, but we know that it converts most of the time. Of late, it has been expensive, but it also converts. So that's one of the things that you need to consider. And other e-commerce platforms and online payment solutions make it easy for your customers to be able to browse, order, and pay conveniently online. You have to have a working website. It makes it easier for international clients to order from your platforms. I always talk about the fact that most Nigerians don't like ordering from the website, but international clients, they love ordering from the website. It gives you a level of credibility with people that are outside Nigeria. And if you're looking to be a global brand, this is one of the things that you need to utilize. You need to consider using frequently to be able to attract international clients. So combining existing online visibility with seamless shopping experience helps SMEs to reach wider audience and boost their sales. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omolola. Thank you for highlighting how SMEs can grow their global visibility. Talking about having a good working website, because I see that also as a major problem here in Nigeria, where a lot of small businesses, people want to order something from them, but because they're not really sure of sending them a DM on Instagram, they prefer to use the ones that have websites, just so that their mind would be at rest. So thank you so much.
Just use the credibility. Yeah.
Thank you. That was brilliant. Thank you. So let's also look at building resilience and agility. That will be for you, Onavi, having been in the business and also as a founder of this question, I think more insights. How can Nigerian SMEs build agility to survive and thrive despite economics? We have seen a lot. Yes.
Thank you very much for that question. So basically, resilience has to do about preparation, right? Agility has to do about being able to make changes, right? Being able to adapt very quickly. So you don't have to wait for perfect conditions basically before you can make informed decisions, right? You don't have to wait. So to do that, you need to document your processes, right? You need to document your processes, your people, your tools, everything, so that you can actually adapt without causing problems in your business.
Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you for that brilliant answer. Let's look at digital transformation. Technology is no longer option. So, find a way to the news of small businesses to adopt it. Really good. The question would be for you, Ozioma. What are some practical ways to transform in this?
Thank you. So business tricks are a basic way to clients. So I would suggest that every business person should have like WhatsApp business or WhatsApp to communicate easily with your client. Also, I would say email. It's really important because not everyone, based on my experience, I would say not everyone use WhatsApp actively. A lot of people, especially the corporate people, they use emails to communicate, because we have a lot of people reaching out to us through emails. That's via emails, sending us inquiries and all. So it just shows that people use emails too and use WhatsApp. So it's important that you communicate to your clients through those means. Then also I'll go back to social media. I know we've spoken so much about social media today, but social media is very important in the business of today. If you're running a business in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, social media is very important. So as a business person, you need to take clear content of your work regularly. I always tell people to show up regularly. The same way you wake up in the morning, get dressed for work, and go to work every day, is important that you show up that way on social media. So showing up means that posting regularly. That means you have to post regularly, whether on your story or on your page. That's on your main post. So it's important that you post regularly to engage prospective customers and clients. It also helps drive engagement. So digital transformation is very important in every business of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ozioma. Thank you for that
Thank you so
amazing
much.
answer. Yes. So as a business owner, if you're a business owner listening to us right now, this is your wake-up call to take your social media presence very important.
seriously.
I mean, you have heard all that have been said today. So if you are not taking it serious now, all right, let's look at partnership and collaboration. I know somehow some of our guest speakers had already mentioned the importance of partnership and collaboration, because I mean, no business succeeds in isolation. So let's look at it in depth. This would be for you success. How can Nigerian SMEs build strategic partnership and collaboration to drive growth?
Yeah, I think the issue that we have here in Nigeria is sometimes this issue of lack of trust and one-man show. So as building a business, the truth is that it should outrun you. So if it's something has to outrun you, you have to understand that there's a bigger picture. There are people that have gone ahead of you, and there are people that you can use leverage. Leverage is what makes you stand out amongst every other entrepreneur. You want to leverage on people that already have the network, maybe the capital, even the market too as well. You are looking at strategic partnership. You are looking at long term to outrun you. So it's very important to consider strategic partnership. First of all, we should even know that it's very important. And if we want to go about it, we have to ensure it's meeting but related businesses. So for instance, fashion brand partnering with photographer or stylist and all that. So the truth is that some people that are in the fashion industry, there are specific people that are the ones just styling, doing the design and all that. They're not necessarily the one doing everything, sewing, design, everything. So they are partnering with photographer so that the photographer can do nice pictures. So it's good for social media presence. Also, cross-industry alliance is important, like bakery collaborating with coffee shop for combo deals and all that. Then tech partnerships, we are looking at maybe SMEs can integrate with fintech solutions. Also, the reason why we need to partner is maybe you are, as I mentioned, shared spaces, so that you don't have to take in all the overheads. Then also bulk buying, because you are now working with somebody, another company, so you are buying things in bulk, then joint logistics, sometimes delivery of items. When it is so high, you can consider partnership in that regard. And also joint marketing and customer acquisition, like co-branding campaigns, two brands promoting each other's products. You are working in sync. A very simple example can be salon and skincare brands together, working together, co-branding campaigns. Sometimes some campaigns are expensive, so you can work together in collaboration to do that. And also looking at referral agreements. For instance, a real estate agent giving referrals to a furniture SME, all that. So maybe a big real estate brand, so you have a discussion with the really big real estate brand, so they can showcase your products and all that. So, and also joint exhibitions. So it's good to go for events collaborations. So people that organize events, you go to their events, you have a discussion with them, and so that you can showcase your product. And also expand distribution channels, so like retail collaborations, like clothing SMEs selling through lifestyle stores, or food SMEs facing markets. Issue of knowledge and skill partnership is one aspect people may not really it may not be so popular, but it's important. Training and mentorship. SMEs can collaborate with consultants or industry experts to build capacity and also industry associations. It's very important as an SME to be a member of associations, established associations. So membership creates, access to collective advocacy, funding, networking. Networking is big when it comes to your business. So let's look at industry associations and all that. Then financial and investment collaborations. Let's look at cooperatives and clusters. So you can pool funds for, maybe capital intensive kind of procurement and all that, in partnership with fintech. So these are just areas of partnership one comes to. For instance, I'll just give an example. Maybe a company, let me just use a lady runs an healthy snacks company, maybe here in Lagos, and so she can partner with local farmers, with local nuts and fruits farmers, and then you can partner with fitness centers, healthy cafe. She can partner with, so there are many options. So one has to just look at the option that works for you and is really a leverage for your business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omodola. Thank you for that extensive details about how to leverage collaboration and network. I think you mentioned about networking and leveraging your network as a business, trying to join some organizations and associations. So let's look at that. I know industry associations and support system, they are something that is really good, and we have quite a number of them here in Nigeria. So let's look at how SMEs. My question will be for Onavi. How can SMEs leverage industry associations and trade organizations to access resources and support?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, you said how can SMEs leverage resources, right?
Yeah, leverage industry associations and trade organizations to access resources and support.
Because I think because these associations or these bodies, they're actually gold mines of knowledge, right? So some of them actually provide support, some provide mentoring, like SMEDAM, some provide training, advocacy, some even provide funding opportunities, right? And so you want to go there because they have the resources that you don't have, right? And sometimes you should not discount your own resource as well. You should not discount your own resource because, some of these associations also need your services, right? So you could actually, as an SME, as a small business owner, partner with some of all these. So for example, when I was in Abuja, I did a training for SMEDAN, right? And I was able to, to connect with their own shared resources as well. So anytime I needed support or anytime I needed a speaker, I needed resources, to share or to use personally or to share with my community, I could, it was easy for me to just, ask, right? So, when you are part of all these industry associations and trade organizations, right? And if you look at it, you find out that most of them membership is actually not that high, right? So the membership fees are actually low, so it's easy to join. Some of them join chambers of what do you call it now? Trade commerce, and all of that. All these associations, so that you can amplify your voice. You can also open doors. You can also have access to open doors to opportunities that may come your way. Government sector, the private, sector as well.
associate and how leverage their business. Let's look at government support and incentives. This would be for you, Ozzy, in the fashion. What are the roles of government, and what support or incentives are available to Nigerian SMEs, and how can they tap into it effectively? I mean, I don't know so much about fashion industry, but I believe there will be some government incentive out there for SMEs. So how do you think they can tap into it and even discover one?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. But to be honest, I really don't know any government incentive because I've not used one. But I know that the government gives loan and grants to SMEs. That's people that actually need them. There are mediums where you can get loans, grants, like banks. I know Central Bank does that, and other bank, and there are different opportunities for grants. But personally, my business, I've not had to use any form of grants, loans to run the business. So yeah.
Thank you.
You can do a research.
Okay,
you can do a research.
Can I chip in?
Thank
Can
you.
I chip in?
Sure, you
yes,
can.
Please,
sure, you can.
help out.
All right, and there is this one, since you said there is this one I worked on, a popular fashion brand. We helped her to create a financial model. So it's called Creative Economic Development Fund. So if you go to cedf.gov.ng, you'll see the resource. I wanted to mention the name, but I don't think I'm allowed to. The name of that fashion brand, I think she was going for about 500 million, right? Yeah, so it's a grant. So you could go to the Creative Economic Development Fund. There are other funds as well. Bank of Industry, there is Development Bank of Nigeria as well. The CBN also has some incentives and some and all of that. Even Miss Sarah, but I think that because but there are a lot of opportunities statewide as well as nationwide as well. That provide funding and grants and loans, investments.
Thank
so for
you.
the fashion industry, you can actually leverage on CBN.
All right, thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you for and also highlighting ways that SMEs can access government grants and loans. Thank you. And for any for SME to us right now, and do some personal research, and also you heard all that they have said. You can look in and see how you can leverage that, tap into that, and access it to grow your business. So let's look further into networking and relationship building. Relationship, they are often the currency of business. Like Success mentioned, you have to build relationship. You can't do a one-man business. So Success, I would like you to still put in more light into this question. What are some effective ways SMEs can network and build strong relationship with stakeholders?
Oh, thank you so much. So for SMEs, especially in Nigeria's dynamic and unpredictable environment, networking isn't just about exchanging contacts. It's about building trust-based relationships that leads to opportunities, that leads to partnership, that leads to growth. So in leveraging relationship, we have to understand that you should understand your industry. So as I mentioned earlier, join us that people in that same industry join. Like Nigerian Association of Small Scale Industrialists, NASI, like Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, NASME, manufacturers, as we are in that field. Then some sector-specific groups. We have some sector-specific groups in fashion, agribusiness, in fintech, and all that. So also don't just join the association. If you have to even be in the executive position, the truth is that when you are in that executive position, you see things that other members on the background don't see. So actively participate, volunteer for committee membership, attend their AGM, attend their events. So in preparing your business calendar for a year, you should draw out a plan that, okay, this association will be having this event, having this event. So you put it in your calendar and you are planning to be actively involved in it. Attend business conferences, fairs, exhibitions. There are hubs for meeting suppliers. There are hubs for meeting distributors. There are hubs for meeting investors and even customers. And as we said, building online networking presence. On LinkedIn, so many people have gotten offers if you are in the professional field. And not only professional field these days, I've seen that LinkedIn is actually open to just beyond the professional field. So on LinkedIn, you can connect with industry leaders. You can connect with potential clients. I think even sometimes the way you put your profile on LinkedIn will let people know, in fact, will attract the kind of clients that you are looking for. If it's possible to share I think it's very important. It's very important to share your success stories on these same platforms, LinkedIn, and also these events that you're going for. Attend workshops. Workshops increase your knowledge and awareness of what's happening. And I think my colleague has mentioned SMEDAN. So BOI, Tony Elumelu Foundation is one foundation that supports, entrepreneurs and innovators. So you would like to, be actively involved in those kind of associations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to mention CSR.
Okay.
Build your brand in such a way that you are trying to give back and publicize those CSR. So this actually brings a lot of attraction. The market is attracted to you when you are involved in those community developments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Success. Thank you for highlighting all those opportunities. So my next question would be for you, Success. I know one of the speakers already mentioned something about leveraging fairs to promote your business. So as someone who is building a thriving hair business, how can SMEs leverage fairs and other opportunities to promote their business?
Hi, my name is Omolola, not Success, by the way, because I think you've been mixing the names up. My name is
My apologies, please. Omolola, thank you so much.
Problem.
Thank you.
It's fine. It's fine. So I personally do not go for fairs because of the cost, the selling price of my product. But I always recommend for small business owners that sell affordable items to please leverage on trade fairs. You would sell a lot, you would get a lot of customers, you will meet a lot of business owners, and you will learn so much from attending trade fairs because it opens your eyes to the products that most of your clients love to get. For instance, if you're running an online store and you go for trade fairs, the people, right, once you display your items, people come there, they see what it is exactly you're selling. It gives you legibility. People know that, oh, you're legit, even for the fact that you're running an online business. If you do not have a walk-in store, they get to trust you. They see you everywhere. Other business, and the way it works for trade fairs, when a particular individual or company is advertising or about to have a trade fair, every other vendors begin to push each other. You begin to advertise for one another because you're coming, this other person is coming, you get to shoot adverts together. So it helps you, build connection with other brands, with other business owners, other business owners, you network with them, you meet your customers, you have personal relationship with your customers that way. So trade fairs is one important aspect. I would really recommend so many social media, so many small business owners to please leverage on, especially if your items are quite affordable to buy.
Thank you so much, Omolola. Yes, thank
Yes.
you. That was really beautiful. Thank you so much. So my next question is around mitigating risk. That will be for you, Onavi. What best practices can small businesses adopt to manage cyber security threats? I know we've spoke a lot about leveraging digital tools. So how can they mitigate cyber security threats?
Uh, okay. So basically, especially if your business is online and you have resources online, or you have content online or digital products online, and you want to be able to safeguard them, right? You don't want people attacking, virtually and all of that. The basic one is just, training everybody in your team, right, to on cybersecurity best practices, basically, right? Phishing, passwords, and all of that. Use multi-level authentication for your business. Almost all the apps I have two-factor authentication. In fact, some I have three. There are some that I even have up to four because of what the inside, and all of that. So the best practice is just to ensure that there are multi-level authentication, right? Apart from your general username and password, basically. Then also you want to be able to back up your data, regularly back up your data just in case of anything, even content on your website as well, right? You want to be able to update your software, back up your data, right? And you want to work with trusted vendors, trusted payment solutions, right? These days, even because I order a lot these days, order when I see an ad on Instagram that I like, I click, it takes me to maybe a Paystack or a Flutterwave page, and all of that. These days, people are becoming very smart. I've been scammed on Instagram before, you know. So because people are becoming very smart, so you want to ensure that you double check on the vendors that you're working with, right? So when you're ordering for something that you like, there was a time because I love Gamify a lot. So I just saw this ad and this person was, selling wine. Not it, but you know, I so you just work with for solution, right? Into in cybersecurity, right? There's cybersecurity solutions out there, antiviruses. There are some other products, right? Cybersecurity products that can help them safeguard, like Cloudflare, and all of that. So when you are, paying for your domain name and extension, your domain name, your what do you call it now, hosting and all of that, you could also just pay a little fee for protecting, your domain, and all of that, because you cannot afford to lose your reputation, right? Your digital reputation because of some careless or some preventable, breaches and all of that. So yeah, that's it. Basically, just the simple things, um, just understanding the risks that are out there and planning on how you can actually mitigate those risks. And those will actually help you to manage threats.
Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you. I think you had even highlighted one of the risks, which is people getting scammed day by day and all of that. So, and I also think some businesses are already putting some measures around that, just so they don't get their customers get scammed all the time. So thank you so much. My next question will be for you, Success. As someone who is building a thriving fashion business here in Nigeria, let's look at customer retention and loyalty. I know it's something that you are really good at, looking at the kind of brand you're building. So winning customers is tough, but keeping them is even tougher. So what strategies can SMEs use to build loyalty and keep customers coming back?
So that question is not for me. You said the air branch of fashion business. It's not for success.
Oh, my apologies. The question is for Ozioma. Thank you for that quick call out. Thank you so much. It is for Ozioma Obiku Clothing. Yes. Thank you. Ozioma, please, if you can hear me, the question. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the question. Okay, so when it comes to customer communicate properly, I know a lot of people, a lot of businesses don't put in effort in terms of customer relationship, which is very important as a business person. So first, I would say you need to communicate to your clients regularly. These are people that trusted you with their funds, trusted you with their money. So it's important that we all try and communicate with them. I always suggest for WhatsApp, I always suggest quick response, because there are some times that you can't respond. When someone sends you a message, you cannot respond immediately. Maybe you're busy or you're engaged, but with quick response, it helps you just respond to the client, so that they know that, oh, this business is actually active. And also it's important that you respond to the clients fast as much as you can. Then also when it comes to delivering their products, for us, I would say that because I make a custom-made bridal dress, their processes. So there's fabric sourcing, there's first consultation, there's fabric sourcing, there's sketch, then there's production. So it's important that you put your clients through the process. So for every step you are in producing their outfits, in every step you are in producing the products that they request for, it's important that you take them through the process, because it gives them a form of peace. You will not want them paying a particular amount for a product and they don't have peace. They are worried. They are, oh, is she going to deliver or is she not going to deliver and all. So you need to create a platform where your customer are very, very relaxed whenever they order your product or whenever they patronize you. So communication is very important. Putting them through every process is very important. Then when it comes to delivery, I think we should also try and build your brand in a way that is your word is your word. For example, if you tell a client that, oh, I'm going to deliver your product in 2 to 3 working days, it's important that we work towards delivering that product in 2 to 3 working days, because your integrity is important as a brand. Keeping your integrity is important as a brand. So you need to constantly communicate. It all boils down to communicating. If you deliver, it's important that you communicate with them. If you're having delivery issues or production, please, we're going to deliver, ask for extension if you need one. So yes, it helps in building customer relationship as a brand, and also keeping your integrity as a brand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ozioma. That was amazing. Thank you for sharing that practical tips of how SMEs can keep their customer loyalty and make them to keep coming back to patronize them. So my next question will be for you, Success, as a consultant and someone who specializes in SMEs, simplify financial problems and all of that. What are the, when we talk about scaling, let's look at scaling and how SMEs can, expand their business. So what are the lessons Nigerian SMEs can learn from those who have successfully scaled their business beyond? I know right now, some of them not really afraid of scaling, but they don't even know the point at which they should start aiming to position their brands as a global. What are the common lessons you think they can learn from those who have crossed that bridge?
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. So as an SME, you first of all, the vision has to be plain. You may start small now, but the question is, where are you going to? Some SMEs don't even have a vision statement or mission statement, and that is like you have not even set the goal ahead of you. Because if the vision is not known, then you might just be enjoying mediocrity when you are getting small change. So let us look at maybe brands that have gone ahead of you and see, and let that networking also play a major role. You network with them, try and ask questions. Sometimes the quality of the questions you ask, they themselves are passed through a teaching stage. So ask how they were able to scale. Because why I have to mention this, because that was like making your journey shorter. You are learning by asking the right questions, and you're asking them how they're able to pass through their teaching stage and scale up. But generally, as a business, to be able to scale up your business, you have to understand you have a solid business model, have a clear value proposition, have your target customers, so that you know where your revenue stream, where you are expecting your revenue to come from at all times. Then also try and make your processes efficient, automate repetitive tasks. The management of your energy and the management of your time is very important as a business to be able to scale. Major in major and minor in minor. Don't major in minor. And also, to be able to scale in business, apply digital tools, leverage on e-commerce and digital payments. Also, when it say marketing automation and all that, then we need to also maybe invest more in, like, every business should have R&D, research and development units. We may start as you doing it, but you might also consider having somebody doing it for you, because you want to keep researching about your industry, about your business, about how to increase scale up, and so expand your market reach, so that you can expand your market reach. Also, be able to scale, you might consider diversifying your sales channel. Don't just sell offline. Don't just sell online on a particular platform. Look at other platforms you can use through distributorship and partnership. Some people can actually be your personal distributors, so you don't have to incur so much cost on logistics. Also, as usual, leverage social media. And as a business, consider having a very strong team. A very strong team. At least your financial, someone that's working in your handling your finances, someone that is handling your customer support. Have a strong team. Don't do it all by yourself. And also be patient to train and retrain those that are working with you, so that the business is not all roving around you. You know, as somebody who is the real innovator of that business, you need more time to think. But if you are doing the small things, you cannot channel your energy to think, ahead, because there will always be something you can add as a new innovation to your business. So you have to retrain your staff, so that people that are working with you can focus on those small things and administrative, areas, and while you keep, thinking ahead, keep innovating. Reinvest your profits, at least for now, so that you can scale higher. Somebody said that you can do investments outside, you can do treasury bills, you can do government bonds, you can do mutual funds, and all that. You will get a particular percentage. But when you reinvest into your business, it's not limited. You can even get 300% to invest. So also, let us, make research about how to get grants, cheaper source of getting capital so that we can reinvest it into the business. But take note that anybody that wants to give you loan or grant has to see the effort you are putting into the business. And investor partnership, investor relations is very important. If you can partner with angel investors, that will be great. That will scale up your business a lot. We go back to strategic partnership and collaboration and all that. Then staying agile. So the truth is that the customer demands, tastes, keep changing. So we have to stay agile, monitor trends, know your numbers, so that we can do better when you understand how your market trend is going and how your consumer behavior is going. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Success. This has really been an interesting conversation, and it's also been an interesting and a practical one for that matter. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists today. Thank you. They have really done justice to all the questions, and time is no longer on our side. So I would just like to walk around the room to get a final take from all our speakers today. So I will start with you, Omolola. If you could give Nigerian SMEs just one piece of advice today to stay resilient and positioned for a long-term growth in today's economy, what would that be?
Okay, I'll make this quick. So everything we've discussed there on this clinic would not matter if you do not put systems in place that can track your inventory, basically, because of nowadays it's so rampant that so many small business owners employ staff that ends up stealing from them because you as the business owner is either not fully present. Even when you're fully present, you don't have systems in place that is tracking your inventory, tracking your finances. So all this effort will just be to a waste if you don't put that in place. And most importantly, your faith in God really matters. You have to commit your business into God's hands for success and continuity. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Omolola. Thank you for, from Omolola, you have to put a quick question I directed to one of you, or should I take it again? Hi, Ozioma. If you can hear me, please indicate. All right. Let me just take one quick advice from Success. What mindset shift do you think Nigerian SMEs need most to survive and thrive in uncertain time? All right, thank you so much. Apologies for that quick glitch from our side. Thank you so much. I want to really say a very big thank you to our amazing panelists today. Thank you, Onavi. Thank you, Omolola. Thank you, Ozioma. And thank you, Success, for sharing such practical strategies and real-world experience with us today. It has really been an incredible conversation. And to our audience, thank you for joining this SME Clinic. Remember, thriving in tough times isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It is about building resilience, system and strategies that will help your business to stand strong no matter the season. Thank you all for joining us for this conversation today. And until the next time, I am Ethel Adono, your moderator here at Business Day SME Clinic. Stay focused, stay innovative, and keep thriving. Thank you, and do have a wonderful day. Incredible.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay